Do you ever wonder what makes a life-changing history? Right, a solid mission of the visionaries. It was Dr. Anka and his colleagues' mission to accelerate technology development. Through the establishment of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, their goodwill has encouraged ITS students to take important roles in both local and global communities, ministers, CEOs, professors, entrepreneurs, and yes, another history maker. These successful alumni were trained in a healthy learning environment that was equipped with various supporting facilities. From vocation to marine technology, all faculties and departments of ITS were formed to be the best place to learn science, technology, and design. 7 faculties and 1 interdisciplinary school. Scientix, Faculty of Science and Data Analytics. MarTech, Faculty of Marine Technology. INSYS, Faculty of Industrial Technology and Systems Engineering. Electix, Faculty of Intelligent Electrical and Informatics Technology. CivPlan, Faculty of Civil, Planning, and Geoengineering. CreaBiz, Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Vocation, Faculty of Vocational. And Interdisciplinary School of Management and Technology. Recognized as one of the top best-ranked institutes doesn't mean a finish line for ITS. To gain greater international recognition, ITS launched International Undergraduate Program. Students can get wider international exposure through 20 study programs they can apply. The chances are also open for professors from all over the world to teach and conduct research at ITS. These opportunities have made international joint research and other international activities successfully performed. Like IUP, students and lecturers from other programs have also contributed to the ITS achievements. Numerous appreciations earned exemplify Institute's excellent performance. But technology and academic excellence is not the only goal of the Institute. Students are guided to apply their knowledge for the welfare of society. Because to note a new life-changing history, technology must advance humanity. ITS, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember. Do you ever wonder, what makes a life-changing history? Right, a solid mission of the visionaries. It was Dr. Anka and his colleagues' mission to accelerate technology development. Through the establishment of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, their goodwill has encouraged ITS students to take important roles in both local and global communities, ministers, CEOs, professors, entrepreneurs, and yes, another history maker. These successful alumni were trained in a healthy learning environment that was equipped with various supporting facilities. From vocation to marine technology, all faculties and departments of ITS were formed to be the best place to learn science, technology, and design. 7 faculties and 1 interdisciplinary school. Scientists, Faculty of Science and Data Analytics. MARTech, Faculty of Marine Technology. INSYS, Faculty of Industrial Technology and Systems Engineering. Electics, Faculty of Intelligent Electrical and Informatics Technology. CivPlan, Faculty of Civil, Planning, and Geoengineering. CreaBiz, Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Vocation, Faculty of Vocational. And Interdisciplinary School of Management and Technology. Recognized as one of the top best-ranked institutes doesn't mean the finish line for ITS. To gain greater international recognition, ITS launched International Undergraduate Program. Students can get wider international exposure through 20 study programs they can apply. The chances are also open for professors from all over the world to teach and conduct research at ITS. These opportunities have made international joint research and other international activities successfully performed. Like IUP, students and lecturers from other programs have also contributed to the ITS achievements. Appreciations earned exemplify Institute's excellent performance. But technology and academic excellence is not the only goal of the Institute. Students are guided to apply their knowledge for the welfare of society. Because to note a new life-changing history, technology must advance humanity. ITS, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember. Do you ever wonder what makes a life-changing history? Right, a solid mission of the visionaries. It was Dr. Anka and his colleagues' mission to accelerate technology development. Through the establishment of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, their goodwill has encouraged ITS students to take important roles in both local and global communities, ministers, CEOs, professors, entrepreneurs, and yes, another history maker. These successful alumni were trained in a healthy learning environment that was equipped with various supporting facilities. From vocation to marine technology, all faculties and departments of ITS were formed to be the best place to learn science, technology, and design. 7 faculties and 1 interdisciplinary school. Scientists, Faculty of Science and Data Analytics. MARTech, Faculty of Marine Technology. INSYS, Faculty of Industrial Technology and Systems Engineering. Electics, Faculty of Intelligent Electrical and Informatics Technology. CivPlan, Faculty of Civil, Planning, and Geoengineering. CreaBiz, Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Vocation, Faculty of Vocational. And Interdisciplinary School of Management and Technology. Recognized as one of the top best-ranked institutes doesn't mean the finish line for ITS. To gain greater international recognition, ITS launched International Undergraduate Program. Students can get wider international exposure through 20 study programs they can apply. The chances are also open for professors from all over the world to teach and conduct research at ITS. These opportunities have made international joint research and other international activities successfully performed. Like IUP, students and lecturers from other programs have also contributed to the ITS achievements. Appreciations earned exemplify Institute's excellent performance. But technology and academic excellence is not the only goal of the Institute. Students are guided to apply their knowledge for the welfare of society. Because to note a new life-changing history, technology must advance humanity. ITS, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember. Do you ever wonder what makes a life-changing history? Right, a solid mission of the visionaries. It was Dr. Anka and his colleagues' mission to accelerate technology development. Through the establishment of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, their goodwill has encouraged ITS students to take important roles in both local and global communities, ministers, CEOs, professors, entrepreneurs, and yes, another history maker. These successful alumni were trained in a healthy learning environment that was equipped with various supporting facilities. From vocation to marine technology, all faculties and departments of ITS were formed to be the best place to learn science, technology, and design. 7 faculties and 1 interdisciplinary school. Scientists, Faculty of Science and Data Analytics. MarTech, Faculty of Marine Technology. INSYS, Faculty of Industrial Technology and Systems Engineering. Electics, Faculty of Intelligent Electrical and Informatics Technology. CivPlan, Faculty of Civil, Planning, and Geoengineering. CreaBiz, Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Vocation, Faculty of Vocational. And Interdisciplinary School of Management and Technology. Recognized as one of the top best-ranked institutes doesn't mean the finish line for ITS. To gain greater international recognition, ITS launched International Undergraduate Program. Students can get wider international exposure through 20 study programs they can apply. The chances are also open for professors from all over the world to teach and conduct research at ITS. These opportunities have made international joint research and other international activities successfully performed. Like IUP, students and lecturers from other programs have also contributed to the ITS achievements. Numerous appreciations earned exemplify Institute's excellent performance. But technology and academic excellence is not the only goal of the Institute. Students are guided to apply their knowledge for the welfare of society. Because to note a new life-changing history, technology must advance humanity. ITS, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to the Online International Symposium on Architectural Research and Design 2022 with the theme Rethinking Architecture Beyond Inclusion. Let me begin by thanking our speakers for being here with us. I would like to thank our Program Steering Committee, all organizers, and all the participants for their support and contribution to today's symposium. This symposium aims to gather information from experts, academics, and architectural practitioners, which explores inclusion, architectural design, specifically well-being, ranging from general to specific issues, covering the needs of diverse communities. This symposium is intended to connect practitioners and educational institutions in the field of architecture. Hosted in the City of Heroes, Surabaya, Department of Architecture, Faculty of Civil, Planning, and Geoengineering, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, Surabaya, Indonesia has the honor to present you the Symposium AR+DC 2022. Upon entering, to our distinguished participants, presenter, and panelists, please change your user ID accordingly as shown in the screen and mentioned in the chat box. To begin today's symposium, I would like to invite you all to rise up from your seats to sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, which will then be followed by the ITS hymn song.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku, di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibuku. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya, untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Materku yang ku cinta, ibu yang memberi Teresa, membara semangatmu, cita-citamu tak kendur. 10 November 45 mendorong menjiwaimu, melangkah kepada tujuan dengan tekadmu yang teguh. Membina bangsa atas dasar Pancasila dan Undang-Undang Dasar 45 dan dasar juangmu. Materku yang ku cinta, ibu yang memberi Teresa, banggalah kokoh kepemimpinanmu, membina putra-putrimu. Menuntut teknologi yang canggih,
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue today's event, we will have a welcoming speech delivered by the head of the steering committee of the Online International Symposium, Dr. Arina Hayati, a lecturer at the Architectural Design Laboratory in the Department of Architecture. Dr. Arina, over to you.
Thank you. The Honorable the Dean of Faculty. The Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, Dr. Murni Rahmawati. Our keynote speakers, Ellen Kong, Nadira Hari Prashad, Dr. Sarah Cahyadini, Ben Cannon, Dr. Evangelia Grigigo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is my great honor to welcome you to the Online International Symposium Architecture, Research and Design 2022. This biennial symposium is organized by the Department of Architecture ITS Surabaya, and this year marks the third symposium of our AR+DC series, and the theme is Rethinking Architecture Beyond Inclusion. Our AR+DC Symposium, as an architecture discussion forum this year, is participated in enriching the discourse and on inclusiveness, especially concerning the built environment. The built environment is also part of the challenge of inclusiveness because it can exacerbate inequality and affect health and well-being. This event gathers information from experts, academics, and architectural practitioners, which discuss inclusion and architectural design for well-being ranging from general to specific issues, covering the needs to diverse communities. We selected 4 ITS students to present at the panelist sessions, and later in the afternoon, we will have 5 keynote speakers talking ranging topic of architectural design discourse about inclusive environments, mental well-being, spatial women authorship, and advanced technology for the aging population. Lastly, let me convey my utmost gratitude to all organizers who have been working hard for the past months to make this event possible. I sincerely hope you will enjoy today's sessions, and may this event be beneficial to our environment and better future. Thank you for your participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arina. Next, we will have opening speech delivered by Dean of the Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati.
Thank you very much to Dr. Murni Rahmawati. Without further ado, I would like to invite you by the next agenda, the panelist presentation of the Online International Symposium on Architectural Research and Design 2022. We would like to remind everyone to fill in the attendance form and change your user ID according to the requirements in the chat box. The panelist presentation will be moderated by Ms. Fardila Rizkia, ST.MT, who is a lecturer from the Urban Design Laboratory in the Department of Architecture at Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember. To Ms. Fardila, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sharifah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first session of today's symposium. I am Fardila Rizkia, the moderator of the first panel session. In this session, I'll remind you that we will have about 4 presenters that will talk about our topic of symposium, Rethinking Architecture Beyond Inclusion. Well, in this session, we will discuss the design that leaves no one behind from the student's perspective, that will discuss how architecture could contribute to inclusiveness and well-beingness by responding to and accommodating human diversity of all ranges to create built environment that is fit for all groups with a specific focus on groups that are vulnerable to exclusion. So, before the session begins, let me inform you how this first panelist session will proceed. So, like I said before, we will have speakers that will be invited to present their thought for approximately 15 minutes. And at the end of this panelist session, after 4 presenters have presented their thought, we will have a discussion session about 45 minutes total. Well, now we can move to this main session. I would like to invite our first speakers. And our first speakers today is Miss Aulia Putri Qurani. And let me inform that she already has her undergraduate degree. And after this, she will present her findings with the title of Sensory Zoning as a Space to Become the Catalyst of Autistic Children's Development. Well, now allow me to welcome our first speakers. Our first speaker, Miss Aulia Putri, to deliver her thought on the topic Designing for Autistic Children's Development. So, Miss Aulia Putri, you have 15 minutes. Over to you. Well, okay. Excuse me, Miss Aulia Putri. The screen sharing, the screen hasn't been shared. Okay, so the committee will help you to screen share your PowerPoint. Let me hold your presentation. Okay, hold on the presentation. Yes, just stop. Yeah, hold on the presentation. The committee will help you to screen share your presentation. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Go on.
School in Indonesia, which often called sekolah luar biasa. And to be specific, a child with physical disability may have no problems with social interaction. But in contrast, for autistic children, social interaction is one of the major dilemmas for them. Next. And to further explanation, we can look at the table. This table shows several affected skills in autism spectrum disorder, which includes some of the disorders as the table mentioned. And for autism, the severe impairment occurs in social interaction, stereotype behavior, disturbance, and also play skill, while the mild impairment happens in communication skills in relation to the social interaction. Next. And the next question that lies is how architecture plays a role, how architecture will help within this issue. And to answer the question, I try to bring inclusive environment that embodied in development and education center for autistic children. This place is expected to be the catalyst for autistic children's development by providing their needs and will eventually become the safe space for autistic children to grow, but importantly, also for the parents that they can have a place to be vulnerable, but at the same time to learn how to deal with their autistic child. Next. And as I mentioned before about the inclusive environment, the inclusive architecture approach that I applied presented a criterion called sensory zoning, which works as the design key fundamental in relation to autism sensory. Next. And before the design process, we need to understand the user first. In this case, I learned how autism process the spatial experience through this diagram. So their neurological experience will react and make their own perception by sensory experience that happens, which is linked to this architectural consideration, especially for light, sound, and color. Next. And there are also some consideration when we talk about ASD design. And we can see that the most repeated thing is limit sensory simulation, which will eventually become the reason why sensory zoning is important. Next. About the method, I use the evidence-based design method, as this becomes the perfect method to execute the best possible outcomes of an environment based on credible research that happened in the past. And starting with determining the design purpose to be achieved, which comes from the design purpose that is an affectionate relationship between parents and child. And then specific user study, literature, and field studies were done to unleash how far this issue had been handled by similar existing facilities. Next. After that, I absorbed the needed information, determining design criteria, and do the domain transfer as this main issue belongs to non-architectural element, and followed by the design iteration process. Finally, I create an activities map according to the sensory zoning criteria to test the design criteria concordance. Next. Actually, there are 7 indexes from Autism Aspect Design Index concerning how to design for autism. But on this occasion, I will focus on sensory zoning discussion only. Next. So I will describe the sensory zoning inside the building. At first, I separate the mesh into 2, and the circular one is the mesh that function for any education and development autism facilities, while the rectangular one consists of space requirements that is generally exist in an institution. And the sensory zoning plays a role in the room arrangement based on how much stimulus will affect autistic child. The stimulus intensity is influenced by architectural elements such as light, color, sound, and so on. And we can see on the diagram that the circular mesh has areas which has high to low stimulus areas, while the other one only consists of high to medium stimulus. Next. I also created some type of classroom, and this 3 classroom is created based on the performance of autistic child as we discussed before. The first one is severe classroom. Next. I called the severe classroom that is meant for hyperreactive behavior condition, and I use the blue as the dominant color to give slow stimulus and focuses control around the environment. Located between moderate and mild classroom to minimize noises from the outside of the building. The next one is mild classroom, which meant for autistic child with hyperreactive behavior condition, and I use the red as the dominant color to give high stimulus and focuses control around the environment. Placed near the parking area and main entrance, that by the reason of autistic children at this stage may have the highest noise tolerance from the outside of the building. And the next one. The last one is moderate classroom, which meant for autistic child in a condition between the other 2. Purple become the dominant color to give stimulus, which consider not as strong as red, but also not as low as blue. And this location is near the passive outside zone and around the active outside zone because the noises around the classroom are relatively tolerable for autistic children with moderate impairment. Next, move to the outside of the building. I also separate the outside building into 3 parts. The first one is marked by the red line border, which called active zone, the active zone, which has high stimulus activities because it needs advanced physical skills. The activities is trampoline jumping, swimming, and playing at the playground. Next. The next one is marked with the blue line border, which called the passive zone, has low to medium stimulus activities, and this is meant as an escape space for autistic children, so they no need for any special skills in this area. Next. And the last one is located at the center of the building, marked by the yellow line border, which called the variable zone. And the stimulus that in this area is considered low to high stimulus because the activities in here are vary from gardening, or autistic children also can play as they like. Next. So on the whole, sensory zoning criteria is essential in terms of spatial arrangement throughout the whole site. And when we apply this properly, we can create an environment that can be the catalyst of autistic children's development. And talking about the sensory zoning, it is connect with the 5 senses. And in this case, inside the building, the dominant sense which play a large role are sight and hearing, related to light, sound, and color as the spatial aspects. While in the outside of the building, all 5 senses will be used to promote autistic children to recognize different texture by hardscape and softscapes element. Next. So at this point, we know that autism is one of the disorders that needs special attention from us. And we also cannot overlook the parents' condition because the relationship between them is the essential thing. And with an architecture approach, I believe that the presence of architecture will possibly enhance the core value of the parent and child relationship. So that's all that I can give for today. Thank you for the opportunity, also for all your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now we can shift to the second presenter. Our second presenter today is Mr. Jeremy Lovendianto. Well, let me inform you that he currently on his last year of undergraduate program, and after this he will present his findings with the title of Educative Geotourism, Mountain Trip Experience with Inclusive Design Approach. And now allow me to welcome our second presenter, Mr. Jeremy, to deliver his words. Okay, Mr. Jeremy, you have 15 minutes. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fardia. Is my sound clearly?
Yes, it's clearly enough.
Okay, thank you. I will start to share screen my words. Okay, let me start my presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable keynote speakers, committees, and participants. It's a great honor for me to participate in this symposium. I am Jeremy Lovendianto, a last year undergraduate student from Department of Architecture, ITS. In this paper, I work with my lecturer, Dr. Ima Deviana from Department of Architecture, ITS. On this occasion, I will present my work, which is titled Ijen Educative Geotourism, Mountain Trip Experience with Inclusive Design Approach. Ijen Geopark, especially in Bondowoso, has geotourism prospect from its geosites, biosites, and culture site diversities. Site at Lava Plalangan, Ijen District, Bondowoso has black lava rocks as shown at Figure 1 and 2. Figure 1 shows site location nearby Kalianyar village. It is located at the south side of the road that connects the village at west and Ijen crater at east. Figure 2 shows black lava rocks on the site. Observational data shows that the site has black lava rocks with basaltic and andesitic composition as its geological object. Geotourism is developed by educative principle. But Ijen Geopark doesn't have educational tourism facilities for whole geological history of ancient Mount Ijen to today's objects formation. Therefore, design object response is an educational tourism facility must be accessible for all. This study aims to give concept for designing an educational geotourism facility that is accessible for disabled people with inclusive design approach in terms of multi-sensory experiences. Inclusive design addresses needs of widest possible range of users regardless of their abilities. Disabled people are no longer viewed as personal tragedy, but they are disabled by barriers created by society. Design process of the study use force-based framework. Identified forces are accessibility as constraint, black lava rocks as asset, site counter as constraint, and local material as asset. Design method use regionalism that responds to site and enhance regional characteristics. Site analysis is done by survey. Figure 3 shows site counter. Site is located at 1,117 until 1,122 meters above sea level. Light green area in the middle of the site shows site slope with 0 until 4% gradient, and the darker area shows 4 until 10% gradient. Figure 4 shows local materials such as bamboo and xenon trees at surroundings. The tourists get education through multi-sensory experiences. Architecture of 7 senses theory includes visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, taste, body skeleton, and muscle experience. Tourists with a defable in one sense can experience it through their other senses. Sense stimulation are obtained from regional characteristics such as black lava rocks, mountain experience, Ijen coffee, sulfur aroma, and blue fire of Ijen crater. Design concepts are mapped in Table 1. These concepts are transformed into schematic figures in the following slide. Table 1 shows design concept as the aim of the study. The study aims to give the concept for designing an educational geotourism facility that is accessible for disabled people with inclusive design approach in terms of multi-sensory experiences. The first design criteria is about multi-sensory experiences. And then the design concepts are visual experience is stimulated by views, images, videos, and dioramas. Auditory experience is stimulated by sound effect in simulation room and bamboo soundscape at outdoor space. Olfactory experience is stimulated by Ijen sulfur aroma in simulation room as geosite and Ijen coffee aroma at UMKM Gallery as biosite and culture site. Tactile experience is stimulated by volcanic rocks texture in interior and black lava rocks on site. Taste experience is stimulated by aroma and texture of coffee beans, to evoke gene-copy states. Body skeleton is subjected to winding orientation and circulation like mountain climbing through circulation ramps and corridor. Watchtower gives views and height sensation. This is the continuation of the table 1. The muscle experience is stimulated by uphill and downhill circulation according to contours. Tourists can practice petit copy dance as culture site in amphitheater by local community. Simulation room provide warm temperature for ancient Ijen volcanic simulation, generated Ijen sulfur aroma, and fogs for Ijen climbing sensation, and provide with fire simulation. The next criteria is about circulation, which is accessible for all users. The concepts are circulation access between meshes and black lava rocks use sloping bridge structure. The bridge is less than 8% gradient for independent use and adjusting 0 until 8% side gradient with landing areas as viewpoints. The next criteria is about structure that minimize ecological impact. The concept use column with impact foundation to minimize black lava rocks damage. The last criteria is about material that use local wood and bamboo from site surroundings. Figure 5 shows the mass arrangement on site. The left figure shows site plan from top view. The right figure shows aerial perspective views. Concept transformation into formal aspect respond to site and design forces. Building mesh embrace accessibility through its circulation bridge, minimize impact from black lava rock and site contour by raise the structure, and apply local materials such as single wood, bamboo, and touch wood. The floor leveling is according to site contour. Circulation access between meshes and black lava rocks use sloping bridge structure, adjusting 0 until 8% site gradient with landing area as viewpoints. The circulation bridge is not steeper than 8% gradient for independent use by all users, including wheelchair users and people with pushchair. The bridge has a 3-meter width for two-way circulation. Handrail with 1,000 mm height use round shape with natural texture for comfortable grips. The figure 6 shows site plan with ramp gradient. The light yellow area shows landing area with 0% gradient. And the darker yellow area shows sloping bridge structure with 5% gradient that connects building meshes and black lava rock at outdoor space. This figure 7, shows layout plan with circulation sequences. Figure 1 shows the site entrance with parking area. And the next, the figure 2 shows entrance ramp as the beginning of the circulation bridge. Figure 3 shows entrance ramp as shows circulation bridge. There are inclusive benches for wheelchair users with canopy for shading and rain protection. At the back side, there is a planter box with local bamboo plants. Figure 4 shows circulation bridge toward museum mesh or gazebo forest and mountain view. Figure 5 shows circulation from museum with inclusive bench alongside. Figure 6 shows circulation to watchtower at the highest point of site. Figure 7 shows gazebo with alang-alang roof or thatch roof. Figure 8 shows circulation with inclusive bench. The figure 8 shows layout plan with concept details. There are A, B, C figures that will explain more clearly at the next slides. The figure A shows circulation bridge for access between meshes. It is raised from black lava rocks on site. The site is surrounded by a mountain. There are some codes that represent each design concept from table 1. This page provides mountain views to stimulate visual experience. The structure uses cement wood as local material. Structure with column and impact structure to minimize impacts from black lava rocks on site. Body and muscle experience is stimulated by uphill and downhill circulation according to the contours. Circulation breach is less than 8% gradient for independent use, adjusting 0 until 8% side gradient with landing areas as viewpoints with inclusive bands, a canopy, or gazebo. Figure B, or figure 10, shows simulation room in museum. It is a corridor with volcanic rock texture on the wall and screen at the end. It provides ancient Aegean volcanic simulation, Aegean climbing sensation, and blue fire simulation. The screens display blue fire simulation, geological history of ancient Mount Aegean, and mountain climbing experience. At the corner of the rooms, there is an electroacoustic system for narrative and sound effect. The interior wall is covered by volcanic rock texture to stimulate the tactile sense. This texture is smoothened for safety. The diffusers release light Aegean sulfur aroma to stimulate olfactory sense. Fog diffuser produce fog effects for mountain climbing sensation. The temperature simulation is controlled by radiant heating and cooling with slab system at floor and ceilings. The figure C shows UMKM gallery at outdoor space. Aegean coffee aroma at UMKM gallery stimulate olfactory and taste sense. Local material use wood and bamboo from site surroundings with touch proof. Bambusa vulgaris or bamboo ampel is planted at landscape as soundscape for auditory experience. Natural texture of bamboo wood finishings and texture of black lava rocks on site stimulate tactile experience. Education issues of Aegean Geopark is responded by inclusive design approach and regionalism method. Inclusive design is addressed by providing multisensory experience for all tourists. Tourists with a defable in one sense can experience them through their other senses. Sense stimulation are obtained from regional characteristics such as black lava rocks, mountain view, Aegean coffee, sulfur aroma, and blue fire of Aegean crater. The concepts can be seen at table 1. The circulation breach is less than 8% gradient for independent use by all users, adjusting a 0 until 8% side gradient with landing areas as viewpoints. Inclusive band provide space for larger users. These are the references used for this work. That's all of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Jeremy, for presenting the interesting works related to educational geotourism facilities. I think that if it is accessible for all spectrums of disabled people, this would be such a great idea that would not leave no one behind. So that the educative purpose here could be achieved, and yeah, it works, I think. And now again we have to move to the third panelist. Our third panelist today is Miss Mutia Salsabila, and let me inform you that she already has her undergraduate degree, similar to our first speakers, Miss Aulia Putri, yeah? And after this she also will present her findings related to the designing for autism. And now I would like to invite our third panelist, Ms. Mutia Salsabila, to deliver her works on the title of an extended abstract is Impressive Space for Autism, City Park Design Using Sensory Design Approach. So, Ms. Mutia Salsabila, you have 15 minutes. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Faiz. Will be presented by my friend project. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Salsa. I'm fresh graduate student from Architecture Department of ITS, Before I begin my presentation about impressive space for autism city park design using sensory design approach. That is basically the topic of my final project. I would like to thanks for AR+DC 2002 teams and especially my supervisor, Dr. Arina Hayati, for believing in me to fill today's student presentation session. To simplify, I will seconize today's presentation by 4 talk points, which is first, introductions, second, design approach, third, transformation design, and the last 4 conclusions. I'm sure almost all of you already recognize this medical condition we are about to talk, autism. Autism, also referred to as autism spectrum disorder or ADHD, is a condition related to development of brain. You may see later how I will talk more about the landscapes or the park. In hope, within our perspective about applying this topic, not only in outdoor buildings, but also is outdoor or landscape. Okay, I believe on how architecture should be more about inclusivity, on providing equal access, opportunity, and resources for people who make other ways be excluded, so that architecture can be enjoyed by everybody. As say before, in this project, I'm focused more the specific user HD. Therefore, the approach I use sensory design integration. Understanding the needs of the user in an essential step in the design process, I am choose sensory design integration to help me detect and integrate and organize the information found about this topic. Also, there are 4 sensory design and 2 category in user and this project, the design approach. There are auditory, tactile, vestibular, proprioceptive, and with hypersensitiveness and hyposensitiveness. Firstly, let's talk about auditory with tendency of hypersensitiveness, or the name hypohearing. Them see to dislike silence and prefer to explore sounds and even make word noises and their own. That is why I found that audio installations is the best solutions in here. In this video, you can see a design that purposely designed to stimulate their hearing sense and capture their focus, specifically in bring audiosonic and wind chimes installations. And the next, hyperhearing. Opposite traits are found in hypersensitive category. They love silence, and that is why I'm bringing aquatic area to distract them for the sounds and noises and give them the playful ambience they need. Okay, this is a video. You can see a mini waterfall and water flow installation without ignoring the safety elements can be potential degrees for a HD user and give me the peaceful ambience they need. And the next, we have hypotactile conditions, which are more likely to interact with hard texture surface and with dominant texture contrast. And experience with using hardscape. Okay, this is video. You can see a wall installation is a large variety of texture stimulate to element. And this is hypertactile. Hypertactile condition, they love a soft surface. Sandbox installation choose as the sensory stimulate to convert their conditions. And there, the video. This video showing design to respond the needs hyper user. And this is vestibular hypersensitive. Third category, the vestibular hypersensitive, a condition that makes a user have a tendency to explore, move, and more active to run here and there. And this is installations for the vestibular hypersensitive. You can see mountain stone installation, different height situations, and order to help user practice their balancing. And there, the last proprioceptive hypersensitivity is a category quite similar for last category, but more detail on motor muscles exploration. In this category, we are talking about muscular strength, and this is for transformation design. This is show a playground installation such as swing and slide, running track. It helps users stimulate their movement and motor muscles. Okay, that's all about each category of design solutions. Next, I'm going to talk about a few things regarding user autism focused design guidelines used on formal architecture aspect explorations, such as outdoor space, zoning navigations, and flexibility programming. Outdoor space, besides providing a space for specific user, in this case, people with autism condition, design also has a wider purpose with basic activity to therapy and multi-sensory experience. This approach also produces accommodation for all user group possible between flow AHD user or other people simply do activity and enjoy an architecture together. Okay, this is video with the represented outdoor space which represented and the sensory garden attended in this part. For the wayfinding, furthermore, wayfinding to educate and inform a visitor of their new surroundings, help them familiarize themselves with the space around them. In design, wayfinding format a zoning and signage with different colors and numbers. And this is one of many steps use determining zoning program and interconnection use for my design. And then this is representative not zoning and program that are presented. Okay, this is a video to show the use of color schemes and number as a signage and visual identity of wayfinding navigations. Okay. Next, flexibility. Flexibility strengths use the create program that needs to be presented accommodate AHD special needs so that they can enjoy architecture and this before life even more. And so I have many program with the part. I have a very animal amphitheater and This is interactive area. And the last, playground sensory or sensory garden. Okay, overall, it may be said this project produced to minimize outdoor perception for people with ASD conditions. All the design decision made is supported by study to understand each condition with approach called sensory design integrations. I hope this study can take a role in raising the knowledge on inclusive design in general and other specific conditions such as IHD or besides IHD. I would also like to inform you that the similar study has already been published by another academic, for example, Magda Mustafa. She's saying the sensory problems influence architectural building and environment design. And this is table of reference, and there are the reference I reverse to. And the end, I'm saying thank you for all for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I'll choose we have shared can maybe beneficial for all. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Miss Mutia Salsabila. Well, I think this is such a promising works that inspired by the ability of children with autism who are sensitive to the environment and of course have their own difficulties processing information from the outside world. Ms. Salsabila, again, thank you very much. You have presented this interesting subject quite detailed, and yeah, I hope we will still have a time for discussion at the end of the session. And now, again, we have to move to the last panelist. Our last panelist today is Miss Tefa Delani Rahman. Again, let me inform you that Miss Tefa has finished her master degree, and after this, she will present her findings about gender issue with the title of Women's Space as Inclusive Space of Tengger House, Indonesia. And now allow me to welcome our last speaker for this session, Ms. Tefa Delani Rahman, to deliver her presentation. So, Ms. Tefa, you have 15 minutes. Over to you.
Okay, is my slide already presenting?
Yeah, it's already
Okay.
seen. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. In this online international symposium, AR+DC 2022, I want to present my study about women's space as inclusive space of Tengger House, Indonesia. I want to introduce myself. My name is Tefa Delani Rahman. Now I work as an architect based in Malang. I got a master's degree from architecture ITS in 2021. Tengger is a sub-ethnicity from Java. In everyday life, people still carry out custom and tradition. The traditional ceremonies, rituals, and beliefs in the myth of the origin of Tengger as ancestral heritage are its essential characteristics, as well as a way to maintain the existence and identity of Tengger. The Tengger customary territories are located in village on the slopes of the Bromo, Tengger, and Semeru mountains, which are administratively located in Probolinggo, Lumajang, Pasuruan, and Malang region. Ngades village, perched on the slope of Mount Semeru, which is administratively located in Poncokusumo district, Malang region is Java. And Ngades village is surrounded by fields and forests, and it has a very cold temperature. The tribe house located in the mountainous area of East Java have family special arrangements that are always present, even when the house facade change. The spaces are Pawon space, Petangaring, and Pedaringan. In the Tengger house, the spaces are used more by women to spend their time in daily life. When doing activities in the space, Tengger women have pleasure in it. Traditionally, this pleasure-seeking is fulfilled when women feel comfortable in their daily activities. According to Spain, Randall Wardi and Nurdia, women's space is a space that has female characteristics or has feminine values and is widely used by women for daily activities. In this Tengger house, especially the pound space, are similar with kitchen in the modern domestic architecture, in particular has female attributes and is mostly used by women to fulfill their daily needs. But uniquely, this space can still be accessed by other genders, even new guests. This characteristic is similar to inclusive space. An inclusive space is a space for all. This suggests that everyone should feel welcome, included by their gender, age, sexuality, ethnicity, etc. According to Zhou, he set the level of inclusivity through accessibility aspects. 1. Physical access is physical features that make a space usable by people of all genders, age, and abilities. For example, openness, lighting, and second, social access is having social or visual representations within the space that resonate with people and create a sense of safety, comfort, and empowerment. For example, cultural elements. And the last, access to activities. Is the space multifunctional and able to accommodate a variety of activities. For example, space for social movement and gathering. And the study establishes the definition of inclusive position on gender inclusiveness. The study aimed to read the meaning of pound space in Tengger house and discuss them within the inclusive space perspective. The paradigm used was constructivism with a qualitative method and phenomenological approach. Data were obtained from archives, interviews, and observation of their space. Data were then analyzed using the Origin Richard architectural semiotic theory and inclusive architecture theory. This research took place in Ngadas, Tengger village. The context of the Tengger house is a house that has undergone development, but still has a Tengger identity, namely the existence of a pawon and the rules of orientation and layout. The criteria for participants are married women because they have a more complex life and carry out Tengger customs. This woman who in her daily activities is like a Tengger woman in general and still maintains Tengger customs. They are a wife of an ordinary citizen and the wife of the village head. This research observed attributes, equipment, occupied space, and other architectural elements that identify women, both physical and non-physical, to identify the meaning of pawon. The pawon space is a space in which there is a pawon or fire stove, which is used in daily life to fulfill needs and can have sacred value when used for ritual. And then widely used by women, especially mothers, to fulfill their important roles and do various things, including cooking, preparing food, warming themselves, or gathering with family, receiving guests, doing handicraft, coffee, and smoking. And although it is mostly used by women to fulfill household needs, outside of this time, the pawon space is used for gathering together by family members and guests. The pawon space is the main space in the house because there is a pawon that is used to warm the body, or they say gegeni. This is because the temperature in Tengger is very cold. In addition to the function of the pawon space to warm the body that binds the occupants of the house, the pawon in the Tengger community is also believed to have itawo and itawo, ancestors whom they respect, whom they must always meet when entering and leaving the house. so that the Pawan space is an inclusive space that can be accessed by all occupants, regardless of their genders. This Pawan space is said to be an inclusive space from the access and attribute in it and make user comfortable. This is in accordance with Zoe. A space can be physically designed to be accessible and welcoming to all, but if the space is dominated by one certain group of people, then that space actually becomes socially and emotionally exclusive to others who don't feel like they can resonate with that dominant user group. And there are examples that this one space is an inclusive space. One, a backdoor or special access, warm lighting, window is not open or always closed, warm and cozy atmosphere, and then existence of pawon, woman or mother can doing various activities, and comfortable feeling, and pawon space is activity center. And then this backdoor or special access mean being the main entrance to the pawon space as the main space in the house is included in physical access from openers. And then window is not open or always closed. Mean comfort, privacy, doesn't need too much light, avoid rain water entering. Is included in social access from sense of comfort and safety. And then warm lighting, mean comfort doesn't require too much light, and aesthetics is included in physical and social access from sense of comfort. And then the existence of pawon or fire stove means safety, devotion, and respect for ancestors, or for cooking food, water, keeping warm. And it means social access for cultural elements and sense of safety. And then a woman or mother can do various activities, mean doing various activities like cook, etc. And it is included is an access to activity from their multifunctional and able to accommodate different activities. And then pawon space is activity center, mean respect for their teacher or kitawa, they are their parents, and they feel safety as the main space to always go to, is included in access to activity and physical access from multifunctional and able to accommodate different activities and the space usable by people of all genders. And then warm and cozy atmosphere, the excitement of fire burning wood, mean familiarity and unity. Is included in social access because it resonates with people and sense of comfort. And the last, comfortable, happy, not stressed, and not confined feeling, mean respect and power. Is included in social access because sense of comfort and safety. And the conclusion, the woman's space in their house is the space most often used by women for daily activities in the house. This woman's space includes the pawon space, patangaring, and pedaringan, especially the pawon space, although it is a woman's space when used by women for activities. But outside of that time, it can be used by all family members, all guests, regardless of genders. And the level of inclusiveness in the pawon space are openness, sense of comfort and safety, lightning, cultural element, multifunctional, and able to accommodate different activities. And the pawon space is usable by people of all genders. Also, this space can resonate with people. Based on the finding, inclusively, the pawon space symbolizes the existence and power of single women, will also symbolize intimacy, unity, warmth for all the user groups, the householder, as well as guests. This inclusive meaning was expressed through their special access to the pawon space, do various activities and gather in the common space, warm lighting, a warm and comfortable atmosphere in the space, and intrinsically, this inclusive space means the house main space. However, this woman space as inclusive space can be accessed by all users, all genders, even as a unifying space because this space symbolizes respect for their ancestors. And last, this inclusive space in Tengger House reminded occupants to always do good in the world to create harmony and balance in life. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And also very interesting findings, I think, Ms. Tefa. I think it makes us realize about one of the legacy of the Tengger ancestor that implies the specific gender spectrum. And I see that you have a great basic concepts in this kind of specific spectrum of inclusive space that related to the existency and the power of a gender, like you have explained on your writings and also your presentation. I agree that it should be designed for all users, all genders, even as unifying space. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to an end of this presentation session, and now we have to move to the next phase of the session, which is discussion. At this session, I will allow all presenters to elaborate more about their ideas, concepts, and also their findings within a framework of inclusion and architectural design, covering the needs of diverse community that have been brought by all presenters this morning. Well, actually, I have a question that I think it could be addressed to all presenters. Especially today, we have at least 3 related topics, right? From 4 presenters. Let me recall the first is Ms. Mutia Salsabila and Ms. Aulia, with the topics relate to the user specific on autism. And the second topic is related to the inclusive design approach for such an educative geotourism or educational geotourism, yeah, by Mr. Jeremy. And the last topic is about the women's space of Tengger House by Ms. Tefa. So, the question is, could you tell us more detail about how this inclusive design approach could affect all the users' perceptions from all the experiences they have in your contextual design, especially on the user specific that you have addresses in your presentation? Okay, yes, maybe Ms. Mutia, Ms. Aulia, Mr. Jeremy, and also Ms. Tefa. I would like to hear your opinion and a little bit more detailed explanation about this, and of course from the perspective of your contextual works. Maybe the first, I want to hear from Ms. Mutia. Okay, so yeah, what is your opinion or explanation, Ms. Mutia?
Previously, thanks for your questions, Ms. Fardila. I will answer the questions. Okay, so the design city part focus on perception of autism because they have a distorted sensory experience. In the design, have many program. Maybe I will explain the little programming presented in this part. For the example is sensory garden, which I hope the program can be stimulator HD, and the other user can fill with HD user file. And for these tools or empathic environment. Maybe is my answers.
Okay, well, I get it. Yeah. So maybe what about Miss Aulia? As you have the similar spectrums of disorder to be solved. Maybe is there any addition to explain related to your works? Yeah, especially how is the user's perception that you really needs to what is it to give, yeah? So what is your opinion here?
So I think that for autistic child, it is, I choose autistic child because autism will show at the age 3, and from the literature that I already learned about, it can say that when we already know about autism from the very beginning, we can give them a right treatment that will stage to be recovered. So it is important for us to know at first how autistic child condition, and then give the right treatments. And also, according to my design, I also include the parents, because the first teacher for autistic child will be their parents. So the parents also need to give a proper environment to deal with their child. Also, to have a place that they can learn, and then have a community that will support them. So in the design, according to the sensory zoning, I try to arrange the rooms, the layout, and also the whole site to be provide not for autistic child only, but also for the parents and the other specific user.
Okay,
That's
so
it for me.
yes, so this is what we call the inclusive approach, yeah. So we just we not to we're not just solving the problems of the autism challenges and also the barriers, but also the other users, yeah, maybe the non-disability. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I got the point here. Then what about Mr. Jeremy? Maybe regarding your presentation before that highlighted more to the tactile person, is that your design are specifically addresses just to a person with the obstacle of a tactile mobility, and of course the non-disability. And I want to know how far another specific user with any barriers and challenges like blind people and deaf people could also enjoy all the moment you given inside your design, because I guess this is such an interesting idea to improve from making all the educational purposes of this geotourism context are well informed to all the users, of course without any exclusion. So maybe you could give a little bit more detailed explanation about any other specific users' feelings that would be expected when they are inside your design. Yeah, do you need to share your screen, maybe, Mr. Jeremy? Okay.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mrs. Fadila. Okay, I will explain it orally first. My design is addressed to the widest possible range of user ability, including but not only for person with tactile mobility and the non-disability. My design provides multi-sensory experience that can be experienced by low vision, blind, deaf, and physical ability. So the tourists with a defable in one sense, such as blind or deaf, can experience it through their other senses, such as olfactory, tactile, taste, body skeleton, and muscle experience. From the literature I have read, The multi-sensory integration provides redundant information for more accurate understanding, while multi-sensory combination provides complementary information for additional and rich response to users. The both are enabling varying capability of users to perceive the source. So these various sensory experiences will assist tourists in collecting, remembering, and comparing information to form a complete understanding of Ijen Geopark. Maybe I will share screen about the what the people perception that can be experienced by the user when they in my design.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay.
Maybe the committee could give a... Yes, you could share your screen.
Okay. I will start about when they entering the site.
Yeah, okay.
When entering the site, user will move through circulation bridge to reach the building meshes, handrail and curbs. Alongside will assist and protect blind people. The handrail has natural wood texture for the tactile experiences. There are mountain views and bamboo soundscape at this outdoor space. So blind people and deaf people can experience at least one of them. And then they will walk through the sloping bridge with a 5% gradient according to the site contour. It will give uphill and downhill movement that represent the mountain trip experience. It will challenge them, but it not will be barrier for them because according to the standard, this is the preferred gradient that can be accessed independently by all users. And then they can see and touch the texture of the rock at some point of this outdoor space. And then at the museum, inside the museum, there is a simulation room like this. There is a screen that shows the geological history of Ijen Geopark. Deaf people can watch this, while blind people can listen to the explanation narrative provided by electroacoustic system. They also can touch the raw volcanic texture at the interior wall. They also can smell the light sulfur aroma and feels the fog released by diffuser as simulation for Ijen crater experience. Because if people come to the Ijen crater, the experience will be like this. There is the smell of sulfur and then the fog when it's in the morning and it's cold. They also can feel the temperature change provided by radiant heating and cooling system at floor and ceiling. And then if they move to the UMKM gallery and food court, they can smell the aroma of Ijen coffee that will evoke the coffee taste. The coffee is the local product from the plantation around the Ijen district. They actually can taste and drink them in at food court area. So these various sensory experiences will assist tourists in collecting, remembering, and comparing information as the education to form a complete understanding of Ijen Geopark. I think that's all that I want to provide in my design.
Okay, I got the point. All the sensorial aspects, yeah, you have enhanced here. And well, okay, thank you for the explanation. I think I got the point here. The main point is this kind of facilities should be easily assessed and independently assessed by all the users, I think, with all their sensorial with all their sensorial aspects that they have. So Now, the last question from me before we shift to the audience question. I'd like to move to Miss Stefa. Okay, Miss Stefa, regarding to the physical access that you have already highlighted on the previous explanation, it also requires the usable for all genders, ages, and etc. So the question is, how far is the Pawan of Tengger House could accommodate the mobility of the childrens that often stick into their mother or the woman inside the house? Yeah, you know, when a mother should carry out her babies and also doing any other activities inside the kitchen, or we call it Pawan, yeah, in this case. So there will be so many things that we have to think more about it. Okay, and what is your opinion and explanation about their perspective about the user's perspective related to it? Maybe you have found another perspective from the women, the mother, or maybe the children's. Yeah, you can show us your opinion.
Okay, thank you. I want to share my screen.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you needed to raise your microphone maybe, so we can hear your voice clearly enough.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
In this picture, we can see there's children. And first, the arrangement of furniture in pound space is centralized. You can see in the picture. Yes. And the furniture only pound or fire stove and rectangular table. Yeah. And so it doesn't disturb children's mobility. And mother usually raise their children in pound space. The children play at the table. You can see in the picture. And the mother and the children, they feel comfort in the pound space, well, warm it when their body or cooking and playing like this. Okay, I see. I think it's enough. Okay.
Well, okay. Thank you. Yes, I also got the point here. It was such a great discussion we have this morning. But I'm afraid that we have no longer time. So now let me check another question from the chat box and the committee. Maybe someone could help us share the screen of the question we have. Yeah. Is there any problem with the share screen? Okay, let me wait. Okay, well, I have already a question here from Suhrotul Mula, ya. And the question is addressed to Ms. Stefa. Well, based on the findings, inclusively, the Pawan space symbolizes the existence and the power of Tengger woman. Considering how this Pawan space is also an inclusive space, how is the form of the power of the Tengger woman to Pawan space? Do they have spatial authority in intervening the space attributes, or what activities are allowed to occur in the Pawan space? Maybe Ms. Stefa, over to you to explain this question, yeah, to answer this question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Zuhratul Ula. In my study, why this power space have meaning, power, and existence of women? Because the space are used more by women to spend their time in daily life. Because in the power space have a lot of woman attributes such as cooking utensils, and then uh, uh, when women doing activities in the space, other women have pleasure in it. So the sign of power and existence is from non-physically architectural attributes. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stefa, for the explanation or the answer. Well, maybe any other question from the audiences could be read here. Okay, the committee, I guess. Oh, okay. Here we have one question more from Mira Camila to Mr. Jeremy. Well, confirming your formal design aspects, you used a ramp as the primary inclusive design element. Isn't it? Do you expect specific users, such as disabled person with a wheelchair and the elderly, to assess your design? Confirming your formal design aspects, you used a ramp as the primary inclusive design element, isn't it? Do you expect specific users, such as disabled person with a wheelchair and the elderly, to access your design? Yeah, maybe Mr. Jeremy, please answer these questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, this technical problem before. So yes, thank you for the question. Yes, I use the RAM as the primary inclusive design approach. I also consider the users such as wheelchair user and elder user, because the principles of the inclusive design is to address the widest possible range of user. So I must consider the various type of users such as wheelchair user and elderly user. So I choose the RAM with the gradient that is accessible for all so they can use it with their independent. They can use it independently. The RAM gradient is also adjusting the cell counter, which is 0 until 8% gradient. So it is included in the design principle of the RAM that the preferred gradient is 5%. It is preferable for the user, so they can use it independently. And besides that, there is also inclusive bands alongside the RAM for the wheelchair user. There is also the handrail as the standard for the RAM. Yes, so the wheelchair user or elderly people can hold it if they need to rest or they need guidance like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Well, maybe I want to point out the what is it? The question before. You use the RAM for the main accessibility for your works, but what about the materials? I heard that you use the bamboo from the previous presentation, but how suitable this material is to to be applicate to your works. I think how many kind of materials that you studied before, that you have studied before, so that you really make a choice for these bamboo materials. Well, maybe is that the materials are suitable enough, or maybe you have already what is it called? You have already have a study about all the materials you choose. Okay, Mr. Jeremy has the problem with the unmute settings. Another.
Yes, okay. The host already allowed me to. Maybe I can. I can be a co-host because I already rejoined, so the co-host feature is okay. Thank you. Okay, well, about the material, yes, I use bamboo and wood because this is the local material that can be easily found around the site surroundings. The bamboo can be found at the riverside, and when the single wood is available in the local plantation nearby the site. The structure of the ramp use wood structure with the foundation use umpak to create a column structure, so it will minimize the impact from the black lava rock. And the column and the floor use wood, single wood. The single wood also has a texture. Yeah, the wood also has a texture, so the ramp surface will be slippery for use. And for the handrail, I also use bamboo or the wood. Yeah, it can be bamboo or wood, and it provides the natural texture, so that it will stimulate the tactile experience.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay, so maybe the texture is the point, yeah, here.
Yeah,
Well, thank
is
you.
the point.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Jeremy. And now, maybe there's any questions from the audiences. Okay, we have a question here from Ngurah Andrajana to Miss Aulia Putri Qurani. You highlighted the issue of the parents of autistic children who are hardly accepting their children's condition. Could you elaborate how the design of the Center of Development and Education for Autistic Children could impact the parents? Yeah, little bit more explanation here about the parents' perspective, maybe. Okay, yeah, over to you, Miss Aulia.
Can I share my extended slides for this answer?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I think Miss Aulia has a problem for sharing her screen.
Sorry, wait, I try again.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, is it already seen?
Yes, it's already seen.
Okay. Wait. So according to the parents as the user, maybe I will start with the outside area. So I would like to say that in the outside zone, parents will be the main guide for their child because I included the parent to help them develop and then knows their condition, also learn about what stage their autistic child include. And for example, in the passive zone, this is called an escape space, which autistic child, when they feel stress, they can move out from the class and have relaxed and low their stimulus in here, especially with their parents. And then for activities in variable zone also can involve much with their parents. And I will show you, this is some of the facilities that I include in the support mess. Is one of them is parents community room, which meant for the parents to have to share their thoughts and their experience about their child. So when they feel stressed at first, maybe at home they don't have anyone to share the same story. Maybe there's no one will understand how to feel and how to deal with autistic child. But at this room and the facilities that I provide can make them to be open up to others, to other parents who also have autistic child, and they know that they are not alone in that situation. So they can eventually will accept their condition and then also know how to treat their child. And about the design aspect, the spatial aspect, I also consider the natural mood rooms to make them feel comfortable and then give a warm mood that is differently from the more colorful room for the classroom that is meant for the child. I think that's all that I can give for the answer related to the parents.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aulia. So, okay, well, now I think there's also another question from the chat box. The committee, maybe someone could help us share the screen again of the questions. Okay, this is a question from Ahmad Roshad to Mutia Salsabila. You mentioned that your design applied the empathic architecture approach. Could you please elaborate on how is this approach applied on your design process? And do you also consider having users others than users with ASD? Would those other users not interfere with the user with ASD in your design? So maybe Ms. Mutia could explain about the answer.
Okay, the first questions. Empathic approach is a big priority for the design, and the mainly approach is sensory design. And for the question second questions, and I will be the share for the presented. Sorry. Can you repeat the questions can you repeat the two questions, Miss Faiz?
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Miss Mutia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any problem? Okay. Okay, yeah, here is the question. You mentioned that your design applied the empathic architecture approach. Could you please elaborate on how is this approach applied on your design process? Do you also consider having users others than user with ASD? Would those other users not interfere with the users with ASD in your design? Maybe the question
Okay, I consider the design to category, and first IHD for hypo and IHD for hypersensitive. And there is the difference for the auditory. There is my answers.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mutia. Okay, thank you, Ms. Mutia. I think you have already mentioned, but there is no sound, yeah, from the previous presentation, yeah. It's okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Miss.
It's okay. It's okay. No problem. So, let me check to another question, maybe from the audience. Any other? Okay. Any other? Okay. Here I have questions to from Nicholas Troy to all of the presenters. The inclusive response in architecture is mostly based on the physical elements that we know, such as presence of ramps, the use of materials, etc. Can an inclusive response in architectural design actually be expanded beyond that? And what are the panelists' opinions regarding this? So maybe who come first for explaining for answering these questions? I think maybe it could be start from Mr. Jeremy, maybe the most related topic, yeah. From the Mr.
Okay.
Jeremy and also the next speaker.
Okay, thank you for the question, and then that's all for me to answer it first. Well, the question is about usually use physical design such as ramp, or we use the material. Can it be beyond that? Yeah, I think it can be, because in my design I use the multi-sensory experience. So the stimulation for the experience is not only from the physical aspect of the design. For example, in the simulation room, to stimulate the olfactory cells, I use the diffuser to release the light sulfur aroma, and the fog diffuser to release the fog that it will provide mountain climbing experience. I think it is also considered as inclusive, yeah, because the light and the light sulfur aroma and the fog, it can be felt by all users regarding their abilities, regarding either they have the visual impaired or hard hearing. There's also the temperature control in the simulation room. to provide control temperature control. It provide warm temperature if the screen provide about the ancient Mount Ijen historical geology, and or it provide a cool temperature when it tells about the mountain climbing experience, because that's the simulation of what to be present of what they will be really experience if they really do the mountain climbing experience, such as the light silver aroma, the fog experience, and the temperature change like that. I think those aspects can be felt and can be experienced by all users regarding of their abilities like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeremy. So what about Miss Tefa maybe, or Miss Aulia? Or maybe Miss Salsa?
Yeah, for me, in my design, have adapted for inclusive design principle, and I think the flexibility in use. Yeah, the flexibility in use to adapt individual needs and individual HD or disability, other disability, and according to different goals. And ideally, visibility to strategy to use to programming in the public facility. That is my answer, Miss.
Okay, well, thank you, Miss Salsa. So let's move to the opinion of Miss Tefa, maybe.
Okay.
Or yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I think it can be beyond that, because according to Zoe, the level of inclusivity, so accessibility aspect, their social access is having social or visual representation within the space that resonate people and create a sense of safety, comfort, and empowerment. For example, local art, cultural elements, historical representation. So it's not just physical access like ramps, crossing lights, openness, lighting. I think that's all.
Okay, the approach is rather goes to the psychological aspects, for this topic.
Social.
Okay, yeah.
Social,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, well, how about Miss Aulia? Could you share your opinion about that, about the previous question?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think for me, in my opinion, that I will give and explain about the intangible thing that we cannot see. As I will give an example as my design.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason behind my design, why I choose this topic, is the feeling of an issue that is very far from architectural elements. Start with the feeling of how the relationship between parents and child. But then I try to solve this with inclusive approach. So in my opinion, that this is the achievement that can be achieved by inclusive approach that is start with a small intention, a small attention for social issue, but in the final, we will create a design with an inclusive approach that is that we can provide not for only a specific user, which is autism in this case, but also for the parents which don't have a tangible disability, but to help solve their own feelings. Also, maybe it is related to the psychological feelings inside them. So I think yes, it is. We can create beyond the formal aspect and then the special aspect about the architectural element. Especially when we talk about psychological things, feelings, and maybe the analogy will be when we come to a place that we like, or maybe that place is not as good as we imagine, but maybe we have memories about the site, about the space, so it is really special for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that is my answer.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for such a great discussion we have today. Yeah, I'm point out our discussion, the great discussion, I think. But I'm afraid that we are approaching to the end of the session of this symposium. And again, I would like to thank to all of the presenters again for giving us insights regarding any topic that you have already been addressed today. And also, I have to apologize for any other inconvenience. And it seems that there is still so many questions from audience that haven't been answered. And I hope that the presenters could try to answer this question directly to the audiences, if the method is available, of course. Well, I'm trying to make a conclusion from this discussion. You can see that this inclusive design approach and all the aspects inside should hopefully give the same good experience for all. So the users could finally enjoying the space as well as enjoying the beauty of the design itself. So I think it shouldn't be make any other people there would have an exclusion feeling. But again, all of these great concepts would be not coverable if we don't know about all the obstacles and also the challenges faced by the specific users that we addressed, I think. Okay, but last but not least, for ending the session, the committee and I will give a symbolized certificate of appreciation for all the presenters today. Please, the committee, to capture this moment. And maybe, yeah, could share the certificate appreciation. The first appreciation is for should be for Miss Aulia Putri, okay? Okay, yeah. Well, this is the certificate of appreciation for Miss Aulia Putri Qurani. Please, the cabinet, to capture this moment. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. Yes, let's move to the second presenter. It should be for Mr. Jeremy. Okay. Yeah, thank you. The committee, please capture this moment. Okay, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Well, thank you, Mr. Jeremy. And the third is for Miss Mutia Salsabila. Okay, yeah, get ready to capture in this moment. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. And the last is for Mr. Fadelani Rahman. Okay, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. Okay, again, thank you for our amazing speakers today for such an informative and intriguing and also interesting presentation and discussion. Finally, give a round of applause for all the speakers and for all audience here. Thank you. Well, over to you, Talita and Sharifa, as our MC today's program. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fardila, and all the panelists that has presented and made the contribution to today's symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we're going to have a lunch break. Then we will continue today's symposium with a keynote presentation session starting at 12:50 p.m. See you in the next session.
Arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya, misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Perancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Itu sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya harapannya bisa menjahit. Oh mahasiswa ini hebat di sini. Oh profesi ini jago di sini, ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah. Lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah, tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak. Apa sih yang kita buat dan untuk siapa yang kita buat? Gitu. Jadi mindsetnya sudah berpikir lagi ke arah basic. Arsitek ini mendesain untuk siapa dan untuk apa gitu. Yang dulunya kita hanya bangunan, mendesain bangunan dan concern ke dalamnya, sekarang justru dipaksa harus juga memperhatikan ruang luar.
Kalau prestasi, sebetulnya mahasiswa kita hampir setiap tahun dan setiap saat itu banyak sekali yang mempunyai prestasi-prestasi baik nasional, lokal, dan juga internasional. Jadi misalnya semacam future art, kemudian juga mahasiswa memenangkan kejuaraan-kejuaraan yang dilaksanakan oleh baik itu dalam negeri ataupun dari luar negeri, itu banyak sekali. Tetapi yang jelas kita baik itu S1, S2 dan S3 kita mempunyai akreditasi yang sudah bagus, A semuanya. Jadinya itu saya rasa juga akreditasi itu adalah perwujudan dari prestasi-prestasi yang dimiliki baik oleh mahasiswa, dosen ataupun tendik yang ada di sini.
Harapan saya pada Departemen Arsitektur ITS ke depannya adalah untuk selalu menjadi yang paling depan dalam usaha untuk mengembangkan, mengeksplorasi, dan membawa teori arsitektur ke ranah-ranah yang jauh lebih menarik lagi yang tidak pernah digapai sebelumnya.
Jadi kalau melihat Departemen Arsitektur sebagai sebuah institusi, dia memang memiliki tridharma, perguruan tinggi itu satu sebagai lembaga yang memberikan pelayanan pendidikan, kemudian yang kedua adalah penelitian atau riset, dan terakhir adalah pengabdian pada masyarakat. Jadi sebagai sebuah elemen dari perguruan tinggi tidak terlepas kita punya kewajiban untuk membagikan apapun yang kita miliki atau telah kita capai kepada masyarakat yang ada di sekitar kita. Kalau Pak Eko Prawoto bilangnya ada silent client. Silent client itu kan berarti selain kita bertugas kepada klien, kepada project, juga sebetulnya apa yang kita lakukan ini, kalau kita punya rasa empati, sebetulnya kita itu mengabdi kepada kebudayaan. Jadi apa yang kita buat sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap kebudayaan berikutnya. Apa yang kita kerjakan sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap zaman berikutnya gitu. Jadi ini sebetulnya ya tugas bersama lah, bukan hanya dosen tapi juga dari profesian. Mungkin jika kita bekerja sama kita bisa tetap menjaga karena kan raw materialnya dari profesi arsitek ya dari kampus, dari mahasiswa.
Departemen Arsitektur ITS adalah salah satu departemen arsitektur yang terbaik di Indonesia. Prestasi sekaligus penghargaan tercipta dengan hebatnya pemikiran dan juga peran dari fasilitas yang mendukung merupakan hal yang sangat penting. Saat ini, Departemen Arsitektur ITS memiliki 35 dosen tetap dan 14 staf tenaga kependidikan. Dengan 5 laboratorium utama yang mengelola berbagai area riset di bidang arsitektur. Desain arsitektur, sains arsitektur dan teknologi, sejarah teori dan kritik arsitektur, perumahan permukiman, dan rancang kota. Berbekal komitmen dengan memberikan pelayanan yang terbaik bagi masyarakat, Departemen Arsitektur ITS menyediakan data serta kajian-kajian ilmiah yang dibutuhkan oleh sivitas akademik, alumni, dan masyarakat luas yang dikemas dalam bentuk digital dan sistem perkuliahan yang bisa diakses dari manapun. Dengan demikian, maka masyarakat akan memperoleh informasi yang jelas, cepat, dan akurat dari sumbernya langsung. Beberapa karya dan riset yang telah dilakukan oleh Departemen Arsitektur diantaranya Masjid Al-Akbar, Taman Pelangi, Taman Korea, Taman Harmoni, Apartemen Balai Hinggil, Apartemen Gunawangsa, Master Plan Rumah Sakit Dr. Sutomo, pendokumentasian Gedung Mayangkara Raya Darmo, dan ikut serta dalam pemulihan kondisi pasca bencana, salah satunya lewat Rumah Aceh Pasca Tsunami, serta terlibat dalam pemberdayaan masyarakat dalam tataran skala mikro maupun makro. Laboratorium menjadi ujung tombak pengembangan pemikiran terbaru dalam ranah arsitektur yang dihasilkan lewat berbagai macam agenda ilmiah, riset, dan publikasi. Laboratorium di Departemen Arsitektur ITS juga menjadi fasilitas yang mewadahi kegiatan pembelajaran berbasis laboratorium, lab-based education, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat.
Latar belakang lab ini dulunya adalah merupakan gabungan dari beberapa lab kecil-kecil sehingga menjadi satu lab besar yang namanya lab perancangan sektor. Sebagai contoh, penelitian-penelitian yang ada di lab ini adalah penelitian tentang teori arsitektur, penelitian tentang desain arsitektur, penelitian tentang komputasi arsitektur, penelitian tentang material arsitektur yang termasuk dari struktur dan konstruksi arsitektur. Semuanya ini merupakan bagian dari arsitektur secara global.
Laboratorium Perumahan dan Permukiman atau singkatnya sering disebut Lab Perkim telah secara aktif melakukan berbagai kegiatan penelitian sejak tahun 1986. Fokus utama dalam kegiatan pengajaran, penelitian maupun pengabdian masyarakat adalah pada perumahan swadaya serta pengembangan dan perbaikan permukiman berbasis komunitas.
Laboratorium Teori Sejarah dan Kritik Arsitektur adalah salah satu unit kegiatan pembelajaran dan penelitian berbasis laboratorium atau dikenal sebagai Laboratory Based Education, bertujuan untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan arsitektur, khususnya di bidang keilmuan teori, sejarah, dan kritik arsitektur melalui penelitian dosen dan mahasiswa.
Perancangan kota adalah suatu laboratorium yang mencoba untuk meng-create better living environments yang menghubungkan antara lanskap, infrastruktur, kemudian juga sustainability dan juga aspek manusia dalam berbagai macam faktor. Selama ini Lab Perancangan Kota telah memberikan kontribusi kepada beberapa hal yang menjadi prestasi lab kami seperti master plan untuk institusi pendidikan, master plan untuk institusi rumah sakit, dan beberapa proyek-proyek lain, juga proyek kerjasama yang terkait dengan aspek manusia dan juga mengenai keberlanjutan.
Laboratorium Sains dan Teknologi Arsitektur. Laboratorium ini berfokus pada pengembangan pembelajaran dan bahan ajar serta penelitian di bidang ilmu arsitektur dan teknologi arsitektur. Di samping itu, laboratorium ini juga memfasilitasi proses pembelajaran baik pada tahap sarjana maupun tahap pasca sarjana.
Kelima, Laboratorium Departemen Arsitektur memiliki tujuan untuk menghasilkan karya nyata yang relevan dan berkualitas tinggi. Dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi untuk kebutuhan regional, nasional, dan internasional, dan dipergunakan bagi kepentingan bersama. Dengan adanya 5 lab di Departemen Arsitektur, diharapkan juga dapat meningkatkan kualitas hasil pendidikan, dapat berevolusi mengikuti zaman yang nantinya akan terus berkembang, serta dapat mewujudkan berbagai ragam kerjasama pengembangan keilmuan dengan masyarakat.
dikopiin, ditubrukin, digulain. Tubrukers, yuk ngopi gajah.
Arsitektur ITS itu kan punya banyak sekali kelebihan ya. Misalnya kita punya prestasi-prestasi yang banyak, itu sudah sejak dulu. Terus kemudian kita juga mempunyai lengkap S1, S2, PPR dan juga S3. Kemudian kita juga banyak berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi di dalam ataupun di luar negeri. Kita punya 5 alur di sini, 5 rumpun mata kuliah. Yang pertama itu adalah perumahan pemukiman, kemudian yang kedua adalah teori sejarah dan kritik arsitektur, kemudian yang ketiga itu adalah perancangan arsitektur. Ini yang merupakan core dari pendidikan arsitektur sendiri, yang mensupport mahasiswa baik dari dasar perancangan arsitektur 1 sampai kemudian studio arsitektur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dan tugas akhir. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah sains bangunan, sains arsitektur dan teknologi bangunan. Ini juga banyak hal yang dibicarakan di sini, misalnya juga tentang akustik, tentang lighting dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang terakhir itu adalah perancangan kota. Jadi mahasiswa juga diajarkan bagaimana teori-teori dan juga hal-hal yang mengenai perancangan kota.
Awalnya itu tahun 1965, pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Perancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Itu sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya ya, harapannya bisa menjahit. Oh mahasiswa ini hebat di sini. Oh profesi ini jago di sini, ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah. Lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah, tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak. Apa sih yang kita buat dan untuk siapa yang kita buat? Gitu. Jadi mindsetnya sudah berpikir lagi ke arah basic. Arsitek ini mendesain untuk siapa dan untuk apa gitu. Yang dulunya kita hanya bangunan, mendesain bangunan dan concern ke dalamnya, sekarang justru dipaksa harus juga memperhatikan ruang luar.
Kalau prestasi, sebetulnya mahasiswa kita hampir setiap tahun dan setiap saat itu banyak sekali yang mempunyai prestasi-prestasi baik nasional, lokal, dan juga internasional. Jadi misalnya semacam future art, kemudian juga mahasiswa memenangkan kejuaraan-kejuaraan yang dilaksanakan oleh baik itu dalam negeri ataupun dari luar negeri, itu banyak sekali. Tetapi yang jelas kita baik itu S1, S2 dan S3 kita mempunyai akreditasi yang sudah bagus, A semuanya. Jadinya itu saya rasa juga akreditasi itu adalah perwujudan dari prestasi-prestasi yang dimiliki baik oleh mahasiswa, dosen ataupun tendik yang ada di sini.
Harapan saya pada Departemen Arsitektur ITS ke depannya adalah untuk selalu menjadi yang paling depan dalam usaha untuk mengembangkan, mengeksplorasi, dan membawa teori arsitektur ke ranah-ranah yang jauh lebih menarik lagi yang tidak pernah digapai sebelumnya.
Jadi kalau melihat Departemen Arsitektur sebagai sebuah institusi, dia memang memiliki tridharma, perguruan tinggi itu satu sebagai lembaga yang memberikan pelayanan pendidikan, kemudian yang kedua adalah penelitian atau riset, dan terakhir adalah pengabdian pada masyarakat. Jadi sebagai sebuah elemen dari perguruan tinggi tidak terlepas kita punya kewajiban untuk membagikan apapun yang kita miliki atau telah kita capai kepada masyarakat yang ada di sekitar kita. Kalau Pak Eko Prawoto bilangnya ada silent client. Silent client itu kan berarti selain kita bertugas kepada klien, kepada project, juga sebetulnya apa yang kita lakukan ini, kalau kita punya rasa empati, sebetulnya kita itu mengabdi kepada kebudayaan. Jadi apa yang kita buat sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap kebudayaan berikutnya. Apa yang kita kerjakan sekarang ini akan berpengaruh terhadap zaman berikutnya. Gitu. Jadi ini sebetulnya ya tugas bersama lah, bukan hanya dosen tapi juga dari profesian mungkin jika kita bekerja sama kita bisa tetap menjaga karena kan raw materialnya dari profesi arsitek ya dari kampus, dari mahasiswa.
Departemen Arsitektur ITS adalah salah satu departemen arsitektur yang terbaik di Indonesia. Prestasi sekaligus penghargaan tercipta dengan hebatnya pemikiran dan juga peran dari fasilitas yang mendukung merupakan hal yang sangat penting. Saat ini, Departemen Arsitektur ITS memiliki 35 dosen tetap dan 14 staf tenaga kependidikan. Dengan 5 laboratorium utama yang mengelola berbagai area riset di bidang arsitektur. Desain arsitektur, sains arsitektur dan teknologi, sejarah teori dan kritik arsitektur, perumahan permukiman, dan rancang kota. Berbekal komitmen dengan memberikan pelayanan yang terbaik bagi masyarakat, Departemen Arsitektur ITS menyediakan data serta kajian-kajian ilmiah yang dibutuhkan oleh sivitas akademik, alumni, dan masyarakat luas yang dikemas dalam bentuk digital dan sistem perkuliahan yang bisa diakses dari manapun. Dengan demikian, maka masyarakat akan memperoleh informasi yang jelas, cepat, dan akurat dari sumbernya langsung. Beberapa karya dan riset yang telah dilakukan oleh Departemen Arsitektur diantaranya Masjid Al-Akbar, Taman Pelangi, Taman Korea, Taman Harmoni, Apartemen Balai Hinggil, Apartemen Gunawangsa, Master Plan Rumah Sakit Dr. Sutomo, pendokumentasian Gedung Mayangkara Raya Darmo, dan ikut serta dalam pemulihan kondisi pasca bencana, salah satunya lewat Rumah Aceh Pasca Tsunami, serta terlibat dalam pemberdayaan masyarakat dalam tataran skala mikro maupun makro. Laboratorium menjadi ujung tombak pengembangan pemikiran terbaru dalam ranah arsitektur yang dihasilkan lewat berbagai macam agenda ilmiah, riset, dan publikasi. Laboratorium di Departemen Arsitektur ITS juga menjadi fasilitas yang mewadahi kegiatan pembelajaran berbasis laboratorium, lab-based education, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat.
Latar belakang lab ini dulunya adalah merupakan gabungan dari beberapa lab kecil-kecil sehingga menjadi satu lab besar yang namanya lab perancangan sektor. Sebagai contoh, penelitian-penelitian yang ada di lab ini adalah penelitian tentang teori arsitektur, penelitian tentang desain arsitektur, penelitian tentang komputasi arsitektur, penelitian tentang material arsitektur yang termasuk dari struktur dan konstruksi arsitektur. Semuanya ini merupakan bagian dari arsitektur secara global.
Laboratorium Perumahan dan Permukiman atau singkatnya sering disebut Lab Perkim telah secara aktif melakukan berbagai kegiatan penelitian sejak tahun 1986. Fokus utama dalam kegiatan pengajaran, penelitian maupun pengabdian masyarakat adalah pada perumahan swadaya serta pengembangan dan perbaikan permukiman berbasis komunitas.
Laboratorium Teori Sejarah dan Kritik Arsitektur adalah salah satu unit kegiatan pembelajaran dan penelitian berbasis laboratorium atau dikenal sebagai Laboratory Based Education, bertujuan untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan arsitektur, khususnya di bidang keilmuan teori, sejarah, dan kritik arsitektur melalui penelitian dosen dan mahasiswa.
Perancangan kota adalah suatu laboratorium yang mencoba untuk meng-create better living environments yang menghubungkan antara lanskap, infrastruktur, kemudian juga sustainability, dan juga aspek manusia dalam berbagai macam faktor. Selama ini, lab perancangan kota telah memberikan kontribusi kepada beberapa hal yang menjadi prestasi lab kami, seperti master plan untuk institusi pendidikan, master plan untuk institusi rumah sakit, dan beberapa proyek-proyek lain, juga proyek kerjasama yang terkait dengan aspek manusia dan juga mengenai keberlanjutan.
Laboratorium Sains dan Teknologi Arsitektur. Laboratorium ini berfokus pada pengembangan pembelajaran dan bahan ajar serta penelitian di bidang ilmu arsitektur dan teknologi arsitektur. Di samping itu, laboratorium ini juga memfasilitasi proses pembelajaran baik pada tahap sarjana maupun tahap pasca sarjana.
Kelima, laboratorium Departemen Arsitektur memiliki tujuan untuk menghasilkan karya nyata yang relevan dan berkualitas tinggi. Dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi untuk kebutuhan regional, nasional, dan internasional, dan dipergunakan bagi kepentingan bersama. Dengan adanya 5 lab di Departemen Arsitektur, diharapkan juga dapat meningkatkan kualitas hasil pendidikan, dapat berevolusi mengikuti zaman yang nantinya akan terus berkembang, serta dapat mewujudkan berbagai ragam kerjasama pengembangan keilmuan dengan masyarakat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Without further ado, I would like to invite you to the next agenda, the keynote presentation. The keynote speakers for today's event are Alan Kong, Nadira Hariprasad, Dr. Sarah Cahyadini, Ben Channon, and Dr. Evangelia Kriziko. This session will be moderated by Nur Enda Nufida. Ms. Nur Enda Nufida is a lecturer from the Architectural Theory, History, and Critics in the Department of Architecture at Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember. To Ms. Nur Enda Nufida, over to you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Nur Enda Nufida, the moderator of Online International Symposium AR+DC 2022, Rethinking Architecture Beyond Inclusion. In the session, we will discuss how architecture could contribute to inclusiveness and well-beingness by responding to and accommodating human diversity of all ranges, from physiological to psychological, to create a built environment that is fit for all groups, with a specific focus on groups that are vulnerable to exclusion. To what extent has this been achieved? What can we do to support it? AR+DC is an architecture discussion forum this year, participated in enriching the discourse on inclusiveness, especially concerning the built environment. Given that the built environment is also part of the challenge of inclusiveness because it can exacerbate inequality and affect health and well-being. AR+DC 2022 is a forum that gathers information from experts, academics, and architectural practitioners which discuss inclusions and architectural design, specifically well-being, ranging from general to specific issues, covering the needs of diverse communities. Before the session begins, let me inform how the symposium will proceed. Our 5 speakers will be invited to present their thoughts for approximately 30 minutes each, and kindly asked to be still in the Zoom meeting platform until discussion session proceed. The agenda will be followed by a session of discussion among our distinguished speakers for 45 minutes. Our first speaker today is Alan Kong, one of a very known figure in both academic and professional area. He is a co-director UIA Architecture for All Work program and also director of Alan Kong Architect Australia. Alan has built an award-winning international reputation for designing sustainable, accessible social architecture. Early work includes disaster relief construction in Afghanistan, followed by research work for Melbourne University Antarctic Studies. Recent work has been affordable accommodation for homeless aged people, people with dementia, and other disabilities. His dedication and services is reflected on international awards preceded, including UN World Habitat Award, UN Scroll of Honored Human Settlements, and from UIA Architecture for All. Now, allow me to welcome our distinguished speaker, Alan Kong, to deliver his thought on the topic of some key issues for inclusive architecture.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes,
Good.
it sounds clear.
Okay, thank you. And you can see my screen all right?
We haven't seen it yet, but now it's, yes, we could see it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this presentation. I think that the title, Rethinking Architecture Beyond Inclusion, was very thought-provoking for me. So I've put together a few thoughts in response to that. Before I begin, it's customary for us to do acknowledgement of country. I live on the unceded lands of the Wathaurong in southern Victoria, southern Australia here, and like to begin by paying my respect to the Wathaurong people, the traditional custodians of the land. I acknowledge and respect Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people of Australia as the traditional custodians of our unceded lands, waters and seas. We recognise their ability to care for country and their deep spiritual connection with country. We honour elders past and present and emerging, whose knowledge and wisdom ensure the continuation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures. So I've divided my thoughts up into two parts. So that's three parts, sorry. Talking about respect, then talking about listening, and talking about hearing. So respect involves understanding the situation of the people we're living with and working with. Listening is understanding their needs, and hearing is responding to their needs. So I have Chinese and Palawa, which is our name for Tasmanian Aboriginal people, and Scottish and English ancestry. So this ancestry has formed and informed the way I practice architecture in a holistic way, and I will talk a little bit later about how these affect my architecture in detail. So this quote from Martha Thorne I thought was very important. So it's not enough to make community space and say people are going to see each other. Architects really have to understand the context from the client, the cultural context to the bigger context, to the economics, to the future of the residents who will live there. So we need to understand where people are in community and in society and how that relates to the country and places they live. So how do we understand being included or excluded. So the common thoughts at the moment is inclusion is being, in this context in architecture, people with disability who have not been able to access the environment. But being included or excluded, to me, is a broader discussion that affects the health and well-being of people if you're included or excluded in society. So architecture itself has a great power, great tool to provide the trappings of power and exclusion. So we can think of all sorts of buildings that emanate the power of exclusion, for instance, castles and forts, etc. But it can also be used as a tool for inclusion, if we know how to use it. It's the other side of the exclusion coin. So places are programmed and designed in accordance to certain interests, primarily the pursuit of amenity, profit and status. So the architecture of inclusion is in some ways the reverse of that. It's the architecture of community and the architecture of respecting and understanding people. So the built environment reflects how we think about these things, the differences and struggles of gender, class, race, culture and ego. It shows how the state reflects the social order and how the corporations and the state adopt and use inclusive or exclusive patterns of behaviour. And more so that the structure and buildings we build stand in silence, reflecting all those unspoken but very strong frameworks that either include or exclude people. This sign to me is not inclusive. It doesn't reflect the way I think about my culture or my heritage. Also, in simple terms, it's got a bunch of stairs at the front of it. This is perhaps more what I reflect as my heritage. This is the Swan River in Perth, just before Europeans arrived to settle. And more so, the Australia that my parents and I grew up in had a policy of white Australia. So we were automatically excluded from that white Australia. Moreover, these laws were only repealed in 1973. Listening. So how do we, as architects, decide the social good and the social inclusion for people we work with? The neuroscientist Dean Burnett recognises, and we also as architects need to recognise the inbuilt biases that we have in our brain and in our cultural norms. I'll run through a few quotes from this book that I found a few years ago that resonated with me. That people can prioritise being liked over being right. So if the culture is not set for an inclusive style of society, it's easy for people to go along with the flow rather than feeling like we should be more socially responsible and inclusive. That a person can agree that 2 plus 2 does not equal 4 if they feel like saying the answer's 4 does not include them in the group they want to be included in. And the just world hypothesis means that we're more likely to blame a victim for their misfortunes. We struggle to identify with those who are not us. However, fortunately, 2 people experiencing something unpleasant will be very good at empathizing correctly. So the neuroscience also tells us that we have access to 5 main senses: sight, sound, smell, taste and touch. We all need and understand to design with, but there are other senses as well. Proprioception, balance, appetite, just to name a few. As architects, we're certainly very dominated with what we can see and the aesthetics of what our places and buildings look like. So we have to have awareness of all these senses and close connections. And I think the way I've seen the students working this morning, I think they're well on the way to connecting with those ideas. Now, the social determinants of health is something that also I'm very interested in. The work by Michael Marmot and Richard Wilkinson states the common causes of ill health that affect populations are environments. So it's not the health system, it's not hospitals, it's nothing, but it's mostly environments, which is in our territory of work. It's not simply the poor material circumstances that are harmful to health. The social meaning of being poor, the unemployed, the socially excluded, the otherwise stigmatised also matters. And as social beings, we need to feel valued and appreciated. In simple terms, we need friends, we need to have sociable societies, we need to feel useful, and we need to exercise a significant degree of control over meaningful work. In Indigenous Australia, we have over 500 countries, and each of them have a different understanding, but a similar understanding. But working within the countries, we still have to work and respect the knowledge of the elders of each country. This informs the design of projects that will be carried out in those areas. We can also inform our design with science, which most of the session this morning was talking about the science of understanding, particularly of autism. But there's also traditional knowledge systems that can inform the design. So a traditional knowledge system that I particularly refer to for me is the feng shui, which I'll talk about in the projects as we go through. Hearing. So hearing is how we respond to the information that we've understood through respect and listening. So 2 projects that I'll talk about here is Saganchi, Afghanistan, that was mentioned in the introduction, and the Winteringham Hostel in Port Melbourne. Both these projects are quite old. Saganchi, Afghanistan was in 1977, and Winteringham Hostel, Port Melbourne was 1990. In 1977, I'll let you in on a secret, I was quite young then, and I was a student looking for prac experience, and I met up with Dr. Said Sibtain on this project, Reconstruction Saganchi. It was in northern Afghanistan. It was a project that was reconstruction of a village after it had been devastated by an earthquake, and we're using modern construction techniques but traditional materials and traditional forms. So the project that we completed in 2 years is this project here, and Said had always said that for a project to be successful, it needs to be culturally and aesthetically acceptable. So any projects that we do for people who are marginalised or less well off or needy has to suit their ideas of cultural and aesthetic acceptability, not our particular magazine book modern architectural styles. It has to be suitable for the people who are actually going to live and work there. So the mosque and schools we built on a plateau overlooking the rest of the village. So this book, Neuroethics and Bioethics, Neurodivergence in Architecture, is a new book just published a few months ago. Anthony Clark, Joss Boyce and John Gardner, two people from Melbourne, Anthony Clark and John Gardner. In the introduction, Thomas D. Albright refers to traditional knowledge systems, the Vastu, the Indian system of understanding places and forms and how they react, how people respond to them. And he says, form, space, proportions, energy points, aesthetic features can be put together in such a way that the entire experience created by the building would bring about an extraordinary response in the occupants. So for me, the practice of feng shui gives similar results. The project of Winteringham, Port Melbourne, is a three-part project, and the book Neuroethics that I just mentioned has a chapter that I wrote for that book and includes more detailed description of this particular project and a couple of others of mine. The original Gordon House, this building here is a budget hotel for anyone on the lower edges of society who can't afford any other accommodation. Go and live here. As a result, the building had quite a lot of people with a great range of psychological and intellectual issues, and as well as that, there was about 100 people who were elderly and also who had a few difficulties of themselves, all living in one building. So it became a melting pot for people with difficult issues who were living outside of necessarily the mental health or other social health systems. So it was a very difficult or complex group of people living in this building here. It had a communal areas at the bottom, and then every floor above had accommodation rooms. A single room, 9 square metres, with the windows were high so that they couldn't climb out or fall out of them. So it was a pretty difficult place. This is a sort of a mind map of the sort of people who might have been living there and the comorbidities they shared. When we were working on the project, the client manager, Brian Lippman, every so often would say, "Can you hurry up the project, because last night one of our older men was murdered. So, but planning being what it is, doesn't respond to that and moves in its own way. But nevertheless, we got the buildings built. So talking about alcohol-related brain injury, acquired brain injury, obesity, age-related disabilities, blindness, low vision, intellectual disability, physical disabilities, hearing loss, dementias, Alzheimer's, all in the one building. So I noticed that some of the students, in dealing with their projects this morning, were dealing with one particular stream of disability, whereas this project had pretty much all you could think of all together. So we had to work out how we could design and respond to those needs. This is an example of the corridor. It's a nice off-form plain block work, very sort of robust place. The rooms down the bathroom was down the corridor, so in the night, if someone felt they needed to go to the toilet, they had to make the long trip down in the middle of the night. And more often than not, they were too fearful to go down the corridors, so they ended up being diagnosed as being incontinent by the mere fact that they were too scared to go to the toilets. This is the project that we built for them down in Port Melbourne, not far actually from that budget hotel. So it responds to a lot of the issues that I mentioned in the first two sections, in that we provided a place where people can feel respected, that we, even though when I was starting the project, I sat with a lot of them to hear what they needed. They weren't particularly saying exactly what they needed, but we had, in terms of just sitting and listening to them, just talk about their everyday needs and everyday thoughts. You got a understanding of the people they were and how they might like to live. So this is the floor plan of the site. This is has 30 places for the men, and mostly they were men. They have their own single bedroom clustered around a lounge, dining room, kitchen, and they have their little private spaces out on the verandas in front of their building, in front of their room, and looking out to the street for the most part. All of them looking out to the street, and then another cluster here. There's 6 clusters through here, through here, through here. So they could all live quite independently. But the biggest thing was actually this point here. I probably should have. It was meaningful in that it responded to the sorts of environments they had lived in earlier lives. It wasn't a typical Australian 3-bedroom house, but it was more a bungalow style. And the way we laid out the buildings allowed this self-regulation of social contact. So in terms of, if people craved a bit of contact, social interactions, they could move to a place where they might sit on this veranda instead of this veranda. So they could be here and watch people walk through to their places, whether it was visitors or staff or other residents. So it created a social environment that allowed people to have their own level of engagement. So also the way the rooms were setting out, the lighting, ventilation and acoustics, because they were individual rooms, the acoustics, if you remember that back to that corridor photo, the acoustics of that, the sound was always bound inside the building and resonated through, so it was any noise was quite a fearful noise. This meant that the noises from each room didn't travel, it dissipated in the outside air. All these parts are verandas, so we had circulation by veranda. And the circulation by veranda meant that with windows on each side we could have good flow through ventilation to keep the air fresh. So if there were any smells, the emanating from whatever they were, cooking smells or other people's smells, they're all dissipated with the fresh air. So you don't have that triggering of response that, say, some people with autism or sometimes even frontal lobe damage can react to. So people with challenge and so-called challenging behaviours are only reacting to a input that they disagree with, and if you can take that input away, then their reactions are going to be more moderated. So the control of personal space being this person can sit out here, and it gives a definition of space between the outside world down here, a transition zone, and their bedroom, so that people could sit out on here and engage with the passing public, well, not public, visitors or residents or staff as they need. So it's controlled self-regulation. Familiar materials and forms. The buildings were of timber, so they're more like a soft material, unlike that concrete block that you saw in the photo. And the feng shui, the set out of the buildings were informed by the research that I've done in the Antarctic, talking about the psychological responses to built environment. Also the research of people like Richard Fleming, who had done a lot of early work in design for people with dementia, but also the feng shui, which also paralleled some of those, the research from Fleming and the Antarctic research of Des Lug, and paralleled but overlaid the further meanings of material, the meanings of material and the effects that material has, and the spaces and the flow of energy through the site has. So sustainability, of course, has to be overlaid on all those other requirements. So the verandas around each of the buildings created a shading for the windows, as well as protecting the windows from the elements of rain. The whole the way the Winteringham put their sort of mark, if you like, on these places is that they show these people who have moved in from a fairly rough life, so how valued they are, and this becomes their new community. So layering the built response is also with a management response that allows the things that Michael Marmot was talking about, being in an environment where you can have friends if you want to, some people you know, some people you don't know, but feeling valued by the staff and the people that are looking after them as a major requirement for the architecture of inclusion. I'll show you a few pictures of it. They use the elements, the building elements, so it's all level surface, but we use tonal contrast between the pavement and the walls, so you can easily see where the path is. It's curved on one side and straight on the other, so again another cue to help you find the way. But the pathway, while curving, is a direct pathway all the way down the building, down the side. So having different markers along the way is to identify different places. So this is the communal shed. So another varying area where people can still sit on their lounge room, sit on their veranda and use it as a lounge room. And then the lounge room that they need to go to is directly across here. So from their room, they can directly see where they need to go into the lounge room and the dining room. So at night, this it's quite rare that people with, dementia or other behavioural issues, so-called, are allowed out in the evening. A lot of places are locked up. This is not, and people are move around at night quite readily. Also, fronts out to a park, so it becomes part of the community, and people walk past and engage with people sitting on the verandas here. So again, Swallow Street, this is another part where the verandas look out to the main street. This is a typical building in that street, so we married the architecture up with the existing heritage architecture. So when I'm thinking about respect, listening and hearing, but the beyond inclusion was a curious statement, and I think for me the beyond inclusion is how much as a society we can care. I mean, we can put all the rules in place and we can make the places level, paint the things the right colour, but you need that element of care. All those things would reflect care, but beyond inclusion is maybe how we care. So I think I've got 40 seconds to go. I think I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kong, that is a very insightful presentation. The most interesting thing is when you referred to the consumption when it's connected to power. We will talk about it, I hope, in the following discussion. Now let us move on to our next speaker, Nadira Hariprasad, who is a professional architect and the CEO of Maya Architects Limited. Prior to starting Maya Architects, Nadira was the managing director of CEMARC, an architectural practice specializing in mining and industrial design. Although this field was interesting and highly technical, her passion for design and architecture for all led her to pursue entrepreneurship through Maya Architect. She has accumulated a diverse portfolio of projects. Her focused work in the field of universal design and inclusion within the built environment has facilitated a myriad of opportunities to work with the government, academics, and the private sector, both locally and abroad. Now, moving along to our session, please welcome Nadira Hariprasad, who will be speaking to us on how universal design thinking can transform the built environment.
Good day to everybody in attendance, and a special thank you to Dr. Arina for inviting me to be part of this wonderful symposium. My name is Nadira Hariprasad. I am a professional architect from South Africa, the Rainbow Nation. I'm also a universal design advocate, and this means that I am invested in the goal to create an accessible and inclusive built environment for all people, regardless of abilities, disabilities, and this is what I will be talking to you about today. I just need to check that my slideshow is being flighted. Yes, okay. Next slide, please. The challenges faced by people with disabilities extend much further than any one province or one country. This is a global challenge that is faced by countries across the world. Some countries have implemented stringent legislation that has resulted in fast-track changes for all new buildings, as well as retrofit solutions to existing buildings. We see this in the examples led in Australia, in the UAE. We've seen a marvelous show of inclusion if you've been watching the FIFA championships, we've seen extremely great shows of leadership when it comes to inclusion. On the other hand, we've seen exclusion in the form of children lacking the means to access basic education. We've seen people lack access to healthcare, and we've seen cities, countries that are completely inaccessible to persons with disabilities. So the worldview, in my opinion, is as many shades as the number of people within it. We've got countries that have committed to change and have shown that within their policies, and this has resulted and trickled down into guidelines that can be used by architects to further implement these goals and see change really happen. We've also got countries that have made the commitments and that have shown the change in policies, but are lacking the implementation on the ground. And then we've got countries that do not have the policies. And so what they do is that they revert to using international standards. And in many cases, these do not relate to the local issues on site. So let's move on to the next slide, where we can see some examples of what the world has to show to us. Our first example shows an amazing community that has been designed to accommodate an acoustic community. And I was very impressed with the example that Mr. Kong showed earlier, because when you took us through this amazing facility that has been built with a certain need in mind, I myself felt that this was a facility that I would thoroughly enjoy being a part of. So the brilliance of universal design and inclusive design is that it does not apply to any one category of person. It is inclusive. Anybody can find their place within this space. So we've got some examples where there are leaders that have shown excellent detailing on grab rails that can then have braille to indicate where people are going. We've got lower counters at reception areas which accommodate persons with disabilities. These are examples from Singapore and the United States. If we move on, please. I've seen a really great example in Seattle where road mapping has become a tool that's used to assist people to find accessible routes through cities. And we must also remember that when we're talking about inclusion of persons with disabilities, and we are talking about accessible cities, we are not just talking about buildings as architects. We are talking about the spaces around the buildings. We are talking about the routes that lead people from their homes, their places of residence, through to the buildings that we are trying to make accessible as architects. The pictures at the bottom of the slide will show you what is my greatest passion: accessible facilities for children. And this is where it all starts, with education for the youth. And here we are looking at pictures of inclusive playgrounds and inclusive schools that are encouraging children to play, learn, partake in sport together. And if we are integrating at an early age, then we are more likely to remove all of the stigmas that are created and that follow people all the way through to their adulthood. Next slide, please. Then we have the world view of the bad, and we have pictures that I'm sure most universal design advocates would have seen at some point. These are the extreme pictures. Some of them we do not even know where they come from, but they really do depict a point that ramps tend to be the first thing that people think about when they consider accessibility. And sometimes you will find ramps that will cause serious anxiety, even to the biggest adrenaline junkie out there. So yes, we've got to understand that the dimensions that are required for stairs are not the same dimensions that are required for ramps. There are technical minimum standards that we need to consider when we are building ramps, and therefore the role of us architects and built environment professionals is so important, because in many cases we are going to come across buildings that already have stairs in place and need to be retrofitted with ramps. And we have to find some really beautiful, innovative, safe ways to achieve accessibility. Next slide, please. These are another few examples of what we can see on site. I conduct a lot of compliance assessments where we go through to existing buildings. These are not from buildings that I've seen. These personally, these are buildings that I've taken off the web, and they really depict what you see in reality. So in many cases, I've seen accessible toilets on the first floor, where you've got stairs and you don't have an elevator or any means of vertical circulation for a wheelchair user. So you'll find stairs and an accessible toilet at the top. The middle picture will show you the great effort that's been put in to achieve access to the door on the higher level. And you will see that this entire structure has been built on a concrete plinth, which does not allow a wheelchair to actually get in there. So we are seeing many cases of a similar nature that show that the intention is there to do something about access. However, the implementation is absolutely poor and unsuccessful. And in many other cases, it's actually extremely unsafe. So can we move on, please? Okay. So what do we do as architects, and how do we start to unpack a problem that seems to have captured the world in terms of recognition that something needs to be done, in terms of effort that's coming in from every single direction, and I'll show you a few examples of that a little later on. But as architects, what is our role as built environments? How do we ensure that our architecture serves all end users? As an architect, we may come across a very many number of projects in our lifespan. And these could include designing an educational facility, whether it's tertiary or it's primary school. We could be involved in designing public spaces. We could be designing affordable housing schemes, transport hubs. We could be designing healthcare facilities, convenience stores, recreational facilities, workplace facilities. We could be designing public spaces, buildings within public spaces. These are all examples of facilities that are needed by everyday people to ensure that they can function fully in society, within their homes, and within themselves. So as a person with a disability, you need to access medical care in order to be able to function within yourself. You need to be able to access shops, convenience stores, and many other facilities that provide you the means to operate within your home, to take care of your children. And you need to be able to function within society. If us as architects are not receiving universal design training within our tertiary education, so that when we graduate, we already understand these principles, 7 very basic principles of equitable use, flexibility, simple and intuitive use, perceptible information, tolerance for error, low physical effort, size and space. These are the 7 universal design principles that can be taught in tertiary. So that as we come out as architects, when we are designing these facilities to be inclusive from the start. From the time we decide where our building lands on site, where the access to the building is, how you get from the parking to the entrance, through to the facilities that need to be accessed. These decisions need to be made at design concept stage. And this is what, to me, will start to show the change that we need to see, where we are no longer retrofitting accessible solutions to existing buildings. We are designing accessible places. We are bearing in mind that these facilities could be used by a very large number of people with varying abilities and disabilities. Next slide, please. I want to now share with you some work that I've done with students, and I was really pleased to start this program earlier this year. I ran a guest lecture session at the University of the Witwatersrand for first year and second year architectural students. It was a 2-hour workshop where I basically gave an introduction to universal design. And in 2 hours, it's really difficult to go through all of these principles and give adequate examples to explain what this means. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so what I decided to do within this 2 hours is to give the students an exercise where they were given a few examples of different disabilities, and each of them had to come up with a person. They needed to create a person, to create this person's, to give the person a name, to give the person a job, and to give the person a disability. From there, they went on to describe the number of places that this person would have had to visit from the time they were babies up until they were 25 years of age in order to function within society. And at the end, they listed what they understood would be the barriers that this person would have faced along the way, the physical barriers within the environment. And the information that came out from the students was absolutely amazing. And I went through each and every one of the examples in detail, and I read everything that these students had to say. And what was really incredible was the amount of detail that students go into. And this is where I feel that a program run for students to understand the end user, to break down a person's physical being, to understand what it would mean to function with one arm, what it would mean to be a nurse and to have a disability. Can you move on to the next slide, please? It was in the drawings that you could see some form of expression in the face. Some of the examples also had a little blurb where the student started to tell a little message, which was, this is my disability and this is my ability. And I found that students were starting to try to connect with this person. So I found this exercise to be very insightful, not only for the students, but for me as a teacher as well, because it guided the manner in which I would be able to convey certain concepts to students and I would be able to facilitate discussions between the students on their different people, what they understood and what others understood about their own imagination. Can we move on, please? As you can see, architectural students will do the most beautiful drawings. The drawing on the right-hand side was probably the size of, it was probably about 3 centimeters wide in total. And I spotted it, and when I zoomed into it, this is the sort of detail that was on the drawing. And I really, really look forward to running this program and expanding this program with other universities as we go along. Can we move on, please? The next level of education and awareness comes from talking to the major built environment stakeholders, and this comes in the form of government. So we can approach education for architectural students at the universities, and we can ensure that they come out with the knowledge and understanding of how to design for persons with disabilities. But if we are not ensuring that our built environment stakeholders who make the decisions at the end of the day, who write the policies, and who ensure that these policies are adhered to, who want to see the monitoring and reporting and the feedback and want to share that feedback with the rest of the world, we need to make sure that our built environment stakeholders at the top understand and receive the awareness that we are passing on to our professionals or future professionals. And so I ran a workshop with the government on exactly the same topic, but this was a 2-day intensive seminar, whereby the first day involved a lot of theory and the second day involved practical. So we used simulated disabilities within this exercise, where all attendees were given some form of assistive device and were asked to conduct an assessment of the building that we were running the course in. And so they needed to go through the facility and tell us how they were able to either access or were unable to access the different spaces that they found themselves in. And this is where, as you say, the penny really dropped, because the awareness that comes out of simulation, when you are using it in order to inform design decisions, is remarkable. Attendees shared their experience at a think tank that we ran thereafter, where they were talking about the size of the doors to access the toilets. One attendee who had a moon brace on and crutches said that the opening to the toilet stall was just way too small, whereas the previous day it was perfectly sized for him. When you have crutches, it is very difficult to actually maneuver through. So there was this awareness of the size of spaces, the texture of the floors, the weight of the door in order to open when you are using crutches. There was a remarkable experience that was shared, which expressed a new realization and understanding of disability, because this one attendee actually said that before he sat in a wheelchair, he thought that the person in the wheelchair was the person who was disabled. When he sat in the wheelchair and he had to maneuver around for 10 minutes, he realized how strong and able a person in a wheelchair is. So yes, I'm very excited about the findings and the work that's to come. Can we please move on? Okay, here, and I don't want to take too much time on these next few slides. I'm just talking about a comprehensive approach. The work that we are doing at the moment is involving a lot of collaboration with a lot of different advocates that are talking about spatial transformation. I'm working with Professor Amira Osman, who is very, very much involved in spatial transformation. And there's some exciting work to come, and there's some exciting work that has been done. And this is one of the diagrams that I put together for a seminar that was run earlier this year, where we spoke about a comprehensive approach, ensuring that we do not leave any stone unturned. So in order to do this, we look at an inclusion audit, almost, if you can call it that. So we look at the commitments that our country has made towards inclusive goals. We look at the policies and the legislations that talk about inclusion. We then look at how these are brought into implementation. In terms of research, we look at our standards and our guidelines in reference to international standards. We look at lived experience, and this I cannot stress enough. It is so critical to get the input of persons with disabilities, and we are creating reference groups for various different topics so that we always involve persons with lived experience to inform and guide our design processes forward. Precedent study, again, is extremely important to show what has been done out there, to give good examples and to inspire great design going forward. Ergonomics is new data that we are needing, so we are looking at conducting studies to produce ergonomics and anthropometric guidelines that could really start to relate to people when they are designing. We look at awareness campaigns, and yes, I think that covers it. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to go through these very quickly. So you are most welcome to quickly scroll through. These slides are really just about being inspired by universal design and changing the narrative to make sure that people understand that universal design is not only for persons with disabilities, it actually is a better way to design. So makeup designers are on board. Can we move to the next slide? Tommy Hilfiger, inspired by autism experienced personally within the Hilfiger home. Next slide, please. Braille Lego blocks, a brilliant way for children to learn and to play together. Next slide. Uno cards with Braille. Next slide. I'm sure we've all seen the Fly Ease by Nike, inspired by one 16-year-old who wrote to Nike. And the change that came out of this has really shook the world. Next slide, please. Google has just launched their ADC, which is looking at innovation and research to ensure accessibility and inclusion. Next slide, please. Okay. This is a video that Apple has put out. I'm not sure if it's going to play, but it's okay if it doesn't. It's okay. Just to make a statement about this launch by Apple, I think it would be really great if everybody just did a little Google search and had a look at this video. I find it extremely inspiring how in 2 minutes a video can really show where we are trying to go as a nation or as humanity, to include people and to allow people to be their best selves. And so I want to move on and address the topic of being inspired. These previous slides that I showed you are not meant to show solutions to the issues that we face as architects and as built environment specialists. If we have a person with a disability who steps into their Nike shoes and makes their way through to the shopping center to do their grocery shopping, but is met with a flight of stairs and a very unsteady handrail, there's no shoe that's going to help them to get to the shop. So I think that when I ask the question of why am I here and why are you here, what I'm really saying is that we need to find out and we need to search within as built environment professionals to question whether we are doing enough within our space. If industrial designers are designing equipment that is suitable for all people, that is universally accessible and inclusive, makeup designers and clothing designers are on board, we are holding a key, and it's a very crucial key. And we absolutely need to make sure that we are fulfilling our responsibility, that we are getting to understand our end user, and that we are designing for all. Can we move to the next slide, please? So I want to leave you with a mental picture, and this is the picture that I always come back to when I start to lose hope about making a difference. So picture a child with a physical disability, say a wheelchair, a little girl, who cannot get to school because the taxi cannot accommodate her and her wheelchair. And maybe she can travel to school because she can get into the taxi and her mom can afford to pay 2 taxi fares, because in some countries, when you travel with an assistive device like a wheelchair, you have to pay twice. So say she can get into the wheelchair and she can get into the taxi and she can get to the stop near her school. She gets out of the taxi, but the road ahead is full of bumps and obstacles. But somebody comes up behind her and is able to help her maneuver through the roadway and get to the entrance of the school. Now she gets into the school facility. Can she get into the reception area? Can she get to the classroom? Can she get to the toilet? Can she get to the playground? Can she access the computer room facilities? Great architects leave no one behind. I would like to close on that note and to thank Dr. Arina again for inviting me to this symposium. By bringing together voices and ideas in forums such as this, our goals come closer to reach. I look forward to hearing the presentations to come and to hopefully finding more partners to collaborate with going forward. Thank you.
Ms. Harry Prasad, again, thank you for the interesting presentation. I would like to share the underlying point you have just shared with us about how inclusiveness as the social value could transform a society to be better. That's mind-blowing. Let us move on to the topic that will be presented by our next speaker. Dr. Sarah Cahyadini joined the Department of Architecture ETS since 2008. Her doctoral thesis analyzes space use by women in kampungs, informed by feminist and gender analysis approach. The growing interest to environmental behavior studies is reflected in her current research and teaching assignments, such as architecture and behavior and culture and architecture modules. She is now acting Vice Director for SDG Center in Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, ITS Surabaya. Please allow me to invite Dr. Sarah Cahyadini, who will share her thought on spatial authorship of women in low-income households, Surabaya. Ibu Sarah, I would like to ask you to unmute
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Vinuvi. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor for me to be invited in today's symposium and be able to meet all the wonderful speakers and participants. Earlier, Alan and Nadira has spoken in a great detail about the principles, applications of inclusive concept. My presentations today will be about the spatial authorship of women. Can I get help in showing the slides, please?
Yes, Bu Sarah.
Thank you very much.
It will take a moment, Bu Sarah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't noticed earlier.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, maybe today I will present the topic of inclusion more on the perspective of a user group, which is women, in the context of low-income households in Surabaya, my city. This study is part of my doctoral thesis, and I will discuss on how spaces can support the different roles and activities of women, along with the notion of spatial authorship that I think could reflect on the complexity and variety of experiences that everyone has regarding their relationship with the built environment.
The presentation is still ongoing, Sarah.
Okay. Okay. Should I also try mine then? Sorry, please bear with me. Okay, Bu Arina have helped me. I think we can start the slide, please. Yeah. Okay, first, I think we could generally agree that space is never considered neutral. There are many things at work that influence how spaces is used, how it perceived, and given meaning to. From the diagram, for example, space is related to social, economy, and culture, in addition to power relations. So therefore, we could consider that each user group will have preferences or maybe pattern in using that space. Children, for example, will use spaces in different ways than adults or the elderly. They might have explored one space more than others based on their cognition, and so on and so forth. Men and women use space differently, especially shaped by the gender roles within the society. And surely ethnic variations will determine how housework time is being distributed or allocated. The next one, please. Women in particular have triple roles according to Moser in her books. Those are reproductive, productive, and community managing role, while men often are given productive and community political roles. By reproductive means, the role comprises the childbearing or rearing responsibilities and also domestic tasks undertaken by women required to guarantee the maintenance and reproduction of the labor force. It also includes not only biological reproductions, but also the care and maintenance of the workforce, include children, infants. While the productive comprises work done by both women and men, that results in payment in cash or in kind. It includes both market productions with an actual use value, but also a potential exchange value. In the low-income household context, especially in Indonesia, or I think it also applied in other countries, women economically contribute more in urban than in their rural counterparts through paid work, although this does not necessarily give them a higher status than men. The community management and community politics comprises activities undertaken primarily by women in the community level as an extension of the reproductive roles. This is to ensure the provision and maintenance of scarce resources of collective use or collective consumptions, such as water, health, education, and it's voluntarily unpaid work undertaken in quote-unquote their free time. The community politics role, in contrast, comprises political levels in it. It's usually paid work, either directly or indirectly through wages or increase in citizen power. In the low-income household context, these are also applied for women. Usually they help, like the monthly health care for children, the recycling activities, so those kind of community management activities that happens in Surabaya's kampung. Okay, next please. Yeah. The other context that I want to highlight is the kampung. This is an indigenous urban settlement which developed incrementally or organically. I took this image from Google Maps because I think it can represent the different layout or structure of the housing or settlement typologies. You will see on the right side the neater arrangement representing formal housing built by housing developers on the right, and also the industrial estate on the left. So this location or area is nearby my house. So in this case, kampung is the one located between the two formal typologies. you can see the winding street pattern and the more organic arrangement of the houses and other facilities. Okay, next please. And when you look closer into the kampung, typically you will find a gate like this at the start of the alley to identify the community groups. I took these pictures around 2 weeks ago in the drizzling morning, so you might see that the alley might seem a bit slippery. And then you can also see many umbrellas in front of the kampung houses, because these houses sells snacks, so they don't give up even when it's rain. Okay, the next one. Yeah, the alleyway is a prominent feature in kampung neighborhood. It's not only functioning as circulations means, but more than that, it has different width. It can be either from 1 meter or less up to 2 until 3 meters. It's usually paved. The government has annual program to upgrade the physical aspects of the kampung. And as you can see in the upper image, alleys are also used by children to play, to dry clothes, to economic activities while socializing with the neighbors or even outsiders. This can also be used as a place to hold a wedding ceremony or celebrations on the upper top right picture. So these are the common activities that we can find in the kampung alley, and these spaces are also supporting the activities of the woman that we will discuss next. Okay, the next slide. Yeah, my research took place in 2 kampungs with different women groups that have communal activities of environmental, which are the recycling, and then 1 economic activities, the selling snacks, as I've shown you earlier. Next one. Women in low-income households consider home space as central to their productive, reproductive, and community managing role. I'll take example of these houses. This is 2 houses located in the same plot as they were siblings. This land is owned by their parents, and then after they get married, they were given these 2 different houses. So they used the front terrace for so they use the front porch. They also do the monthly children health check, and especially because this house is facing south, it's an advantage in terms of the thermal comfort and else. So the neighbors prefers to use their quite wide front porch. The next one. The other example is these 2-story houses, which is occupied by 9 people. There are 5 different economic activities that can support the residents here. So you have a number 1, they open like a small grocery stores, and then the lady also sells snacks, and she's doing the activities in her private kitchen. And then number 3, they also have like stationery store, so they put them in the room number 3. They do laundry service, put them in the corner of the houses. And then the 2nd floor, her first children opens up a consultancy offices upstairs. So by this limited area, they can have lots of economic activities. Next one. How do women in low-income households use spaces within their environment to ensure that they can practice the triple roles smoothly? I'll try to discuss them in terms of boundaries. It could be time bound, space bound, and social relation bound. This is an image of a public reading room facilities, a space that accommodate different users. They can use them for the economic, selling snacks in front. They use them for the monthly health checks for children. They let their children's reading books or surf the internet there. They're also do the social activities. So different activities according to different times. This space can be located in the neighborhood, usually within the immediate home environments of their houses. The next one. Yeah. By negotiating boundaries, it means that the function of the spaces are always constructed anew based on the changing activities, spaces defined in the immediate location in front of the houses. This image is a woman doing childcare and socializing at the same time. Next is the woman doing business or paid work. So the one strategy that they use is combining activities within the same time and space. Next slide, please. So there are three, from the study, there are three emerging themes concerning temporal boundaries, and they are praying times, paid work times, and care work times. To illustrate the social related boundaries, I'll take one example of the participants' practice. As you might be aware, the most of Indonesians are Muslims, and therefore there's a certain attire that was regulated by the religion. One of them is wearing a headscarf or hijab. You can see a variety of practice regarding this. One participant wear hijabs when she works in the office. Others wear hijabs when they're going out to events such as wedding parties or community meetings, but not for daily interactions in the neighborhoods. This lady here, she also wears hijab to work, and when she sells snacks in the nearby road of her house. But she takes her hijab off when she is casually socializing in the neighborhood, especially when she's at the rear side of the house where a narrower alley is situated. So the decision of when or where to veil is also related to how they perceive the public and private concept. Get the next one. Now I want to move on to the spatial officer concept that refers to the creative resistance of the ways in which women use space differently according to their roles and activities. And this one is how the space used when they have like weekly core honor recital. So if you look in more details in the circulations, the happenings within the everyday settings and the event settings is very much authored by the woman. Yeah. Next, please. And similar with the public reading room example earlier, this facilities is located within the 200 meters radius from the members' homes, the women groups, the different activities, so the productive roles, the reproductive roles, and also the community management roles is happening in this, can be happen in this space. So what started at first as community management activities, which are the recycling group, has now become a productive one, as they can sell the sorted garbage and also upcycle some of them and then sell them to others. These facts suggest that women have similar opportunities to be as influential as men, particularly when they have leadership skills, management ability, and relevant knowledge exercised through the space use. And from the examples, we can identify some components that make up spatial authorship, which are routines, paid work, support network, family roles, community activities, and religious beliefs. Next one. Understanding the spatial authorship of women in low-income households means to acknowledge the flexibility of boundaries as one prominent characteristic of women's space use. Next one. That women are continuously making connections between dwelling and neighborhoods, the private and the public, domestic work, care work, and paid work. Thus, they rehearse and perform their authority within space in a particular way. This specific mode of operation suggests a spatial authority that is both flexible and adaptable. Next. Okay, in rethinking about architecture beyond inclusion, I think my take is that architecture can promote, assist, or in some ways limit or hinder the activity of women in low-income urban settlements. Spatial authorship is relevant in a way that this suggests acknowledgement to different experiences that we all have, a commitment to diversity, and embracing those differences. And I think it's vital or valuable that a designer or an architect as a planner, we're not only counting women, but making sure women count. I think with design, more often than that, it's more of a choice model, as Robert argued. So it's interesting to me to look them and in the non-engineered buildings, such as in houses in the compounds. In parallel, this practice also aligns with supporting SDGs goal number 5 in gender equality and 11 sustainable cities and communities. So I will end by quoting Kofi Annan, the former UN Secretary General, who's emphasizing that there is no development strategy more beneficial to society as a whole, women and men alike, than the one which involves women as a central players. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank
It's
you.
a very important topic, I believe, for us. It gives us perspective of roles taken by women that give also a mindset that when the space is connected with women roles, it will be a productive one. The next presentation will be from our next speaker, Ben Shannon. Ben Shannon is an architect, author, TEDx speaker, and mental well-being advocate, and is well known in the industry as a thought leader in designing for happiness and well-being. He is a director at Wellbeing Design Consultancy, EKIS, where he helps clients and design teams to create healthier place and research how buildings and urban design can impact how we feel. Ben has written 2 books on designing for mental health and happiness, Happy by Design in 2018 and the Happy Design Toolkit recently in 2022. He now speaks on this subject to businesses and universities around the world. Please welcome Ben Shannon on designing buildings for better mental health.
Hi everybody, thank you so much for having me. I will start by saying my internet's been slightly in and out the last few days, but it seems okay this morning, so fingers crossed we get on okay. If I do have any problems, please just bear with me, I'll log back in, but hopefully we'll be okay. So I'm going to just start by sharing my screen. Hopefully everybody can see that. Is that sharing okay? I will take that as a yes. Please let me know if my screen isn't sharing okay.
Yes, the presentation is okay.
Fantastic, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Yes,
Ben.
so no problem, guys. Yes, so today I will be talking about how we can design places that have that better support the mental health of the people who are using them. And the great thing about this is it doesn't matter what scale of project we're thinking about. We could be even designing something as small as a bedroom or a bathroom, all the way up to a large master plan or even a whole city. We could come up with a concept for a mentally healthy city that would really support the mental well-being of the people who are using it. So before I dive in, I wanted to give you all a little bit more information about me, just so you understand why I've come to this topic. And I suppose it's important, with the theme of today being inclusivity, that we touch upon why this is so important to me and the story that I've been through to get here. So, as said, I was an architect. I trained as an architect, qualified in 2000. I finished my part 2 in 2012 and then my part 3 in 2014, and I worked at an architect's practice for the best part of a decade. But while I was there, I think I was about 25 or 26, I started having problems. Initially, actually, it started as physical health problems, so getting sick in various different ways, all kind of fairly small things, but just very repeated. And then thankfully, I went to my doctor, and she was a fantastic doctor, and started asking me about my mental health. And we kind of between us realised that actually maybe the problem here was one that was happening with my mental health. And basically, I had just worked really, really hard, burned myself out effectively, and given myself a sort of low-level anxiety disorder. So it was really impacting my life in quite a negative way. It was stopping me from sleeping well. It meant I was getting sort of racing thoughts all the time, and just finding life much harder than it needed to be, really. And I started to think about this and think about all the things that were causing it. And I realised that one of the causes was definitely the environment I was living in at the time. I was not living in a particularly nice house. It was, I was a young professional, not making lots of money, sharing with a few other people, and didn't really have my own space, didn't have any outdoor space. I was in quite a noisy, crowded part of the city. So all in all, I realised this wasn't really conducive to supporting my mental health either. And that sent me on a really interesting journey, exploring and starting to think about all of the different ways in which buildings were affecting how I felt on a daily basis. And I started to wonder whether this was unique to me, or perhaps because I was an architect, I was more sensitive to it. But the more I started researching, the more I discovered that actually we're all affected by the spaces around us. This is the study of environmental psychology, really. And whether it's, as I said, whether it's your home, whether it's your workplace, it might be the city that you move around every day, these places all have an impact on how we feel, on how we think, and on how we behave. But I realized that at architecture school I had never been taught anything about this subject. So I became really passionate about talking of inclusive design. How can we create places that are better for everybody's mental health? I'll come on to talk about this more in a minute, but it's not necessarily about curing serious mental health problems per se. They require professional help, but it's about making everybody feel better, and helping people to thrive, have a better daily life, and just an improved quality of life and improved mindset, really. So yes, off the back of that experience, I've become a mental health advocate. I set up a charity here in the UK, or a group here in the UK, that's all about trying to improve mental health for architects, because we know what a high pressure job it can be, and the impacts that can have on people's mental health. I wrote a couple of books about this subject. One's called Happy by Design and one's called the Happy Design Toolkit. And they've got lots of ideas and thoughts for architects and designers who want to know more about this subject. And eventually it's resulted in me taking a bit of a sideways step, actually, out of working as an architect. I now actually advise architects, and I advise designers and clients how they can create healthier places. And I've kind of broadened my scope to not just look at the mental health side of things, but also the physical health side too. So things like material choices and how they can affect air quality, for example, how we can create buildings that help people to be more active, and many areas that we look at. So yes, it's a job that I love doing, and I'm very lucky to do that. As you can see, kind of working across a whole range of projects, whether it's sort of very sort of high-end residential. This is a sort of co-living project. This is a showroom, so many different types of space that we can bring these lessons and learnings to. But yes, it's a new role, I suppose. Much like we have environmental sustainability consultants, my role is the design for well-being consultant, and it's not a job title that many people have yet. But I do think that as people's understanding develops further around the impact that buildings can have on our health, I think we'll see more people moving into this side of things over the next decade or so, which is really exciting. So the first question really is why we should think about this. Why is it important that we consider mental health when we're designing buildings? And the first point really is that actually this is, I'm always careful about using the word crisis, but we have a situation where people around the world from different backgrounds, different ages, different genders, different religions, people are having increased challenges, it appears, in terms of mental health. And of course, part of this may be that we are understanding it better and we are starting to identify mental health problems more now, whereas maybe a couple of generations ago we didn't really have the words or the language or the terminology to call it what it was. But it is certainly, it seems to be a very significant problem. When you look at, for example, if I take the United Kingdom, it costs our economy billions and billions of pounds every year, in whether that's looking after people, whether that's lost productivity in the workplace, and of course the horrific toll of the things like suicide takes on families as well. So really, it's a serious issue, and we all have a responsibility, I believe, to address it. As I said earlier, we know that the world around us has a really significant impact on our mood, on our behaviour, and on our overall well-being. We'll come on to look at a number of ways in which the built environment and the world around us can do that, but it can make us feel more positive, it can make us feel more energized, it can encourage us to make better choices, and on the flip side, it can do the opposite to that. It can damage our sense of self-value and how we look at ourselves, how we think of ourselves. It can damage our relationships with people around us. So it's really important when we're designing places, we bear all of these things in mind. And finally, as I said, it's not the case that we can necessarily design a great house for someone and expect to cure them of a very significant mental health problem. That's unlikely to happen, but what it can do is, in terms of our mental health, we all sit somewhere on a bell curve. So and it can change every day. Some days you can wake up and you might be a 60 or a 70 out of 100. The next day, you might get some bad news that day and wake up the next day and be a 20 out of 100. But like all bell curves, the majority of us sit somewhere around the middle. And what I'm suggesting is, by creating a better world for people, better built environment for people, what we can do is nudge everyone a few percentage points towards that 100, nudge the average up, and when you think about the cumulative effect that could have on the global population, that could be absolutely enormous. So next, I'm going to dive into some of the things that mentally healthy buildings...
Ben, I'm sorry
Yes,
to interrupt. We would like to apologize, but could you slower down the pitch, because we have a sign translator here, and she is a little bit
struggling to keep up.
Yes,
that's okay.
If you could slower down the pitch, it will help a lot. Thank you.
Sorry, I do talk very quickly, so I will slow down.
It's okay. But for the sign translator, it will be a very great help to slow down the pitch. Thank you.
My apologies to Agmarina. Sorry. Okay, so I will carry on a little bit more slowly. So now, as I said, I'm going to start looking at what mentally healthy buildings can do really well. So these are the 7 chapters from my most recent book, and really it's 7 different ways or 7 different areas where buildings and cities can have an impact on how we feel. So I should point out that I didn't set out to I didn't start with these categories. I didn't choose them and say, oh, it would be nice to have a category about light, or it would be nice to have a category about comfort. But instead, I went out and I started researching all of the different ways that buildings affect us and affect how we feel. And all of the research, it started to gather itself into these different areas or concepts, really. So there is, as we'll find out, there's lots of research around each of these different subjects, and they seem to be the sort of 7 key ways that buildings can affect our mental well-being. So the first area I wanted to look at was light, and important here that we mention both daylight and artificial light. Now, the reason that light is so important to us, the main reason anyway, is that it's so closely connected to our sleep patterns. And as anyone who has ever struggled with their sleep will know, bad sleep or sleeping poorly can have a really significant impact on both your mental and your physical health. So it's vital that we try and support people in sleeping as well as possible. As we'll come on to see, there are other ways we can do this. We can try and create optimal sleeping environments. Look at the design of bedrooms, for example. But a really good way to improve everyone's sleep is by exposing them to lots more daylight. And this is particularly difficult in winter, and especially in countries here like the UK, where we do get quite long, dark winters. We're in the middle of one at the moment, unfortunately. But yeah, in all environments, it's really key that we try to expose people to as much daylight as possible. The reason for this is because particularly morning daylight, when we are exposed to morning daylight, that it bright, intense blue wavelength light, it hits something behind our eyeball called our hypothalamus, activates part of our brain, and that effectively starts our circadian rhythms for the day. So it tells our brain it's time to wake up. It tells our brain to do many things. It's time to start releasing hormones, to maybe even go to the toilet, to eat some food. All of these messages are kind of subconsciously sent around our body as a result of us being exposed to daylight. And that is what helps us to keep our natural rhythms. It's actually very interesting when you look at research where people have taken themselves away and shut themselves in a dark space for weeks at a time. They actually really start to lose a sense of when it's daytime, when it's nighttime. So light plays an incredibly important role in that. And of course, there are many ways that we can do this. Some examples here, whether it's a small move like putting a window in above a sink. You know, those spaces that people use every day, or those items that people use every day. Let's turn those into an opportunity to put people in close proximity to more daylight. If we've got a deep plan building, it might be about bringing an atrium into the center to get daylight in that way. Things like increasing floor to ceiling heights so we get more light throughout a space. Of course, increasing window sizes, or rather than having the same size windows across our whole facade, thinking about having a more refined strategy where you have larger windows in spaces that need more daylight. These are all really good ways of achieving this. But then at the same time, we've got to think about artificial light too, and that can have an impact in people. Firstly, if we do have this colder blue light and we're making people, say in an office, if people are working under colder blue light in the evening, that can actually trick our brains into thinking that it's daytime, or it's morning time, and therefore we go home from work and we feel very alert, very awake, and we can't actually sleep. So on the right there is an example of a circadian lighting system which changes throughout the daytime, so that in the morning it's brighter and cooler, and as the day goes on it gets less bright and it gets warmer in color. We also need to think about the quality of artificial lighting, so we want to make sure that it's low flicker, it's not causing issues like glare, because all of these things can again cause headaches and discomfort and cause problems to the people using those spaces. So the specification of artificial light is really, really important. The next area is comfort and ergonomics, which is a very broad area really, because of course it concerns things like physical comfort, and you can see from the statistic at the bottom there that things like musculoskeletal disorders, so that is most commonly back pain, but it can be many things, repetitive strain injury, lots of things like this. They are one of the biggest causes of global disability, so a really important thing to address. And therefore, when we're designing, say, an office space or a relaxing space at home, we've got to make sure that it's not just a piece of furniture that looks nice on Instagram, for example, or on Pinterest, but it's a piece of furniture that's really going to support our spines, support our bodies, and look after our physical health. When we think about comfort, though, it's much broader than just that physical comfort. We need to think about things like acoustic comfort, because actually noise is it has one of the biggest impacts on our mental and physical well-being. Interestingly, the World Health Organization has described noise pollution as one of its biggest environmental health concerns, because it's more and more of us are living in cities, and cities are very noisy places, and it's about that lack of control, when you don't have control over when a noise is going to happen. And we'll come on to talk about the importance of control on our mental well-being, but it's actually, as a result of that, quite closely linked to greater rates of heart disease, heart attacks and things like that, because of the stress that it causes. And then we've also, of course, got things like thermal comfort. So on the right hand side here, a building that's starting to think about solar shading and how can we prevent buildings from overheating. We of course have to balance that up with things like the environmental impact too. So lots of issues to think about here, but the fundamental takeaway is that when people are more comfortable, unsurprisingly, they're happier. They seem to be more productive. They will stay in their job longer, or they'll continue to rent that home longer if it's a home that is physically comfortable. And of course, things like sense of safety as well. Do they feel psychologically comfortable there? Do they feel protected and looked after? And that all links through to this next concept, really, which is the idea of control and choice. Now, very simple takeaway here, really, which is that we want our buildings to empower people. We want our buildings to give people more control, to give them the choices to personalize their space. This doesn't always happen, it should be noted, whether it's in an office environment or student accommodation, for example, rented housing. Many people aren't allowed to personalize their spaces, whether that's often, it could be from painting a space or decorating it, right through to even being allowed to stick photos up on a wall. These are all things that are shown to make people happier, make people connect more closely with their space, reports higher satisfaction scores. So it can be as simple as that, giving someone a notice board or a pin board and allowing them to just make that space feel a little bit more their own and make them feel like they belong a bit more. But it can be bigger than that. It can be something like, for example, in the design of an art gallery, do you force people to go round a single route, or do you give them a choice to explore, perhaps by they could explore by chronologically, by date, or perhaps by category, by genre of artist, or by country. So there's many ways in which you could give people greater control and choice. There's a really interesting point here as well, which is that we don't want to give people too much choice. Ironically, we start to see that when we give people unlimited choice, or 9 or 10 different choices, psychologists see something called choice paralysis. So it's definitely important to give people some choice and a few options, but not make it overwhelming, not overload them with too much choice. The image on the left there is an example of an office space, which I like because it gives people real choice over where they work. So you could work at your desk, you could work in one of these nice quiet booths, and it's thinking about the fact that actually in society we have introverts, we have extroverts, people that like different types of environments. So give people that choice, and in that far right image, give them an escape space, give them somewhere that they can go for a bit of peace and quiet, whether it's some meditation, whether it's to pray, whether it's to read a book or just listen to a podcast. But give people greater choice over their environments and they will be happier. The next topic is nature and biophilia, which I'm sure many of you are really interested in and are working into your designs all the time anyway. It's an area where we have possibly the most research in terms of the way that it impacts mental health, because environmental psychologists have been interested in this subject for a very long time. So when I talk about biophilia, people often think just about it just means putting plants into a space, but it's actually much more complex than that, and there are many more ways that many more strategies that we can use to achieve this. So yes, it can be creating facades that include lots of plants like on the left there, but it can also be about bringing in natural shapes and forms like in the middle image, and that doesn't mean we have to do these crazy parametric, very curved buildings. It can be very normal, simple buildings that simply have some curved elements. So for example, those curved beams and the curved elements in that central building there, which is a healthcare centre here in the UK. Interestingly, research shows that people are naturally more drawn to shapes like that, and even when we look at children and infants, they do eye tracking studies where they look at which types of object their eyes are drawn to. They find that their eyes are naturally more drawn to curved shapes rather than angular ones. So to me that's really, really interesting anyway. Of course it can mean bringing plants into, but even giving people views onto nature has been shown to have a really positive impact on how we feel. There's a very famous study by Roger Ulrich which looked at the different views people had out of their hospital rooms when they were recovering from operations, and he found that when people had views onto nature, they recovered faster and they requested less pain medication. So it was obviously fantastic for those patients, but really good for the hospital too, because it meant they could get those beds became available faster, and it was costing them less money in terms of pain medication. So everyone's a winner really. By using nature, it really improved the situation for everybody. And of course there are lots of other ways we can think about biophilia as well. So natural materials are really important, and there's lots of fascinating research about how timber in particular affects us. Scientists believe it activates our parasympathetic nervous system, which is basically it's part of our central nervous system that it's the opposite of our fight or flight response. So it makes us feel calm, it makes us want to rest, makes us feel relaxed. So using timber in buildings can be a very good way to help people calm down, reduce their blood pressure and heart rates, and just feel generally more comfortable there. We can also bring in things like water, something that's probably a little bit underused, certainly in a lot of European buildings. We're not very good at doing that, but that can be a really soothing and comforting thing for people as well, which isn't perhaps surprising given how important water is to us and how we've evolved to rely on water so much for so many things. And even bringing animals into projects. So it doesn't necessarily mean that every building has to have a dog or a cat, but designing places that support wildlife, perhaps encourage bees and insects to come and live there or stay there. And these are all things that we can do to improve biodiversity as well and have a positive impact on the planet too. Aesthetics is a very interesting one because, of course, it varies so much depending on where we are in the world, and even if we just look at the UK, there's huge debates here about whether we should be designing more traditional buildings, more modern buildings, or postmodern or futuristic. There's many different styles, so I will stay away from style too much, but there's some lessons we can learn in terms of how buildings look and how that can affect how they feel and how it makes people feel. And this is a very relevant one for a session that we're doing in terms of inclusivity, and I'm sure many other people will speak about this subject today, but this idea of legible buildings, designing buildings that are easy to use and easy to understand, this is absolutely fundamental to helping people feel better in our buildings, and it goes back to those ideas of control, of psychological comfort. What we don't want is buildings where people feel disoriented or lost or confused. These can all be very unpleasant and stressful emotions for many people, particularly, say, if we're looking at people who are more neurodiverse. So there's lots of ways that we can use aesthetics to make buildings more legible, and it might be like in that image on the left there, where you're using colors as a navigation tool. That can be a really simple way to make a building easier to understand. But we can also do it really subtly through things like the use of materials, or perhaps more overtly using things like signage, making sure that actually we just have a very good signage design throughout the building. It doesn't have to be dry and cold and unpleasant. It could be really a really interesting or graphic or engaging signage design, and that's something that can make a building just so much easier and more pleasant for people to use. We can also look at things like art and joy, and this is something which again, it is slightly subjective because different aesthetics bring joy to different people. But we do know that using color can be a really fantastic way to bring joy into a place, talking about things like light and nature. Sense of scale and proportions and height is also a really fantastic one, and bringing in light from above. And these tie back to this idea that I love of awe and fascination. So when we experience awe, as you see in the stat at the bottom there, research has shown that people they don't just feel great in the present moment, but it actually makes them feel better for after they've left that space or that building or that awesome experience, and they report higher happiness scores up to a week later, which is absolutely fantastic. So there's a really good reason for us all to aspire to create inspirational places and buildings. Moving on to active places and buildings that encourage people to do more exercise or to move more. And there's a lot of things we need to think about here. I could probably do a whole hour session on this and the design of cities, the design of buildings that do this. But the important takeaway here is that even just a really short amount of exercise, as you can see at the bottom, 20 minutes, can make us feel better all day, because it releases positive chemicals, hormones and endorphins, which boost our mood. And of course, it's very closely related to our sense of sort of self-respect, self-value, self-image, because we all like to feel fit and healthy. Everybody likes to look at themselves in the mirror and feel proud of who they are and of their body, and be happy with their build and their physique. So it can be a really helpful way as well to make people feel better about themselves. Now, there's lots of ways we can do this. From the very extreme on the right hand side there, it could be building in basketball courts or football pitches, or we could do it on a much smaller scale. So in an office or even in a home, put in a small gym, or even just a single Peloton type bike or something like that people can go and use, and really just making it easier for people to access sports facilities. That's one way we can do it. On the far left hand side, it's an image of a project that did it very well in terms of providing really good active commuting facilities. So again, research shows that when people cycle or walk to work, they're not only happier, but they are more productive, they are more alert, they tend to make better decisions and fewer mistakes than people who drive, for example. So it's really important that we think about this and provide great facilities in all of our buildings for this. But what we often do, I don't know what it's like globally, but certainly here in the UK, there's a bit of a tendency to put in lots of cycle parking and then not really think about providing great changing rooms or showers and lockers and all of the other important facilities that people will need if they're going to cycle to work, particularly in a climate like ours where the weather isn't always brilliant. So it's vital that we think about that whole journey from sort of doorstep to desk, and help people to commute to work in a really healthy and environmentally friendly way. And then finally, that central image there showing how we can create places that encourage more movement around buildings. So you can see that staircase there has brought in lots of the ideas we've been talking about. It's got colour, it's got plants, it's got daylight, natural materials, and as we'll come on to look at our last topic, social space as well. So it's really about trying to create a staircase there that encourages people to take the stairs rather than to take the lift, making it a joyful and a social experience. And that brings us very neatly onto our final topic, which is this idea of creating more social places. The reason this is so important is that, as you can see from the statistic at the bottom there, loneliness is incredibly bad for both our mental health and our physical health. When people are chronically lonely, it does have a significant impact on mortality rates, which can be equated to people being obese or smoking. So it's very important that we try and design places that encourage social interaction. Now, this can be, like the image on the left there, making sure that in an office space we have a really good social relaxation space. Eating spaces are brilliant for this because you would hope everyone in their workday would take some time out to stop and eat or get a coffee or even just a glass of water. These can all be great moments to encourage social interaction, so we can think about the design of places that encourage those interactions between people. It might be just chance encounters. It could be looking at, again, going back to circulation space, and so often we see corridors are just quite bland. They might be buried in the middle of a building, not getting any daylight. Could we take those corridors and turn them into something a bit more special? Could they become a space for social interaction? Could they have maybe some tables and chairs, some natural lights, some plants? All of a sudden, that boring corridor becomes the place where you stop and you meet your neighbours. Similarly, when we look at the central image there, looking at the design of furniture, they could have just put in a flat bench there where everyone was facing away from each other, everyone in the same direction, but instead they put in this lovely curved bench which encourages people to sit looking at each other, facing each other, and having a conversation or a dialogue, whether it's with friends or with a complete stranger. But it's all about encouraging, nudging people, this idea of nudge psychology, nudging people to kind of make healthier decisions, have those conversations and social interactions. And then finally, again, talking about inclusivity, but thinking about people from all ages. And so often we see buildings that are designed really with adults in mind, but let's think about designing for children too, and thinking about their social interaction. That could be something like putting a creche in a new office building you might be designing, which will have benefits not only for the children, but of course for the adults that work there as well. And we know again that things like play space in cities, they're really good ways, not just for children, of course, to improve their quality of life, but for adults to meet each other and make new friendships as well. So it really is one of those situations, like a lot of inclusive design, where designing for one group of people really benefits everybody. So I'm aware I'm running out of time, and apologies, but in terms of just some final thoughts from me, the real takeaway message here is that we as designers definitely have the ability to make people's lives better, but unfortunately to make them worse as well. So it's vital that we think about designing for mental health, and every decision we make as designers really can have an impact on how people are going to feel in those spaces. So when you make a decision, think, is that going to enhance the experience? Is it going to make it worse? I appreciate as designers we're often up against real challenges, whether it's budgets, whether it's program. We're being pushed and pulled in many different directions. But the important thing is I've shared with you guys today quite a lot of data and statistics about the importance behind these decisions and why it's key that we think about nature and control and movement and high quality materials. So if we have that data at our fingertips, we can use it to fight our case and to champion better design. And ultimately, I think that's why I got into architecture. I hope that's why most people here are interested in design and creating better places. It's to make people's lives better. So please do go away and look into this data a bit more, get a better understanding of the subject, and then we will all be well armed to go away and create better places for people. So that's everything from me. Thank you so much. I hope it was interesting, and I hope you all learned something. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. That is so profounding, the presentation you shared with us today. The advocacy surely gave a big impact to society, I believe. Thank you. Now, dear participants, while you are enjoying coffee and meal during the symposium, We will have for 5 minutes break. Just a reminder for those who hasn't filled the form of attendance, please kindly fill in the following chat box. Thank you. Dear participants, our next distinguished speaker from Bartlett School of Sustainable Construction, UCL, Director of MSc Healthcare Facilities, as a medical architect, which is architect and medical planner. She is holding a PhD on psychiatric facilities. She is very active in research, having won several prestigious grants and fellowships, including Marie Curie Horizon 2020, Vice President of the Urban Health Section, EUPHA, member of the Board National Accessibility Authority in Hellenic Republic by invitation from the Greek Prime Minister. Involved in the consultancy and policy, such as delivering short courses for the Authority for Construction with changes of the government of Peru, in collaboration with ARU Project, collaboration with the Greek Ministry of Health and the Center of European Constitutional Law on Legislation regarding mental health facilities, and the European Innovation Partnership on Healthy and Active Aging of the EZ and the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs on infectious disease on the aftermath of the Princess Diamond COVID outbreak. Awarded work and research in countries across Europe, Japan, the Middle East, and the New Zealand. Author of 2 books on psychiatric environments and several scientific and professional publications on healthcare environments. Accomplished speaker on multidisciplinary and cross-sector audiences, including a TED-Med presentation and numerous TV and radio broadcasting. RIBA Chartered Member and Fellow of the Higher Education Academy. RIBA Architect Founder and owner of the multi-awarded practice Synthesis Architects. Now, moving along to our session, please welcome Dr. Evangelia Krisikou, who will be speaking to us on Designing in Accordance with Perception and Physiology, a call for paradigm shift in architecture to include vulnerable people and people across the lifespan.
Thank you. Thank you for the very generous introduction. And thank you for inviting me today. It is a great honor and a pleasure to be with you. Apologies, I had a lot of technical problems this morning. So I'm trying to share my screen. Let me... I do see a technical problem, so I'll try to share my desktop instead and take it from there.
Do you need the committee to share it from you? Oh no, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's good.
I'll take
okay.
Like that, because my computer refused to open today.
Okay.
Okay, so what I want to discuss here with you today it is something that was triggered in my mind from my work as coordinator of the EIP on active and healthy aging. The EIP is on active, it's like the pylons of the European Union in order to create the new research streams, in order to advance innovations in Europe. So it is the core policy initiative that sets the agenda also for research, prepares the Horizon course, but also the agenda for Europe. And normally, they are not normally initiated by the ministries of Europe, the Directions Generale, as we call them. And this was the initiative on aging. Europe has achieved an increase of the lifespan by 20 years. And in the US, they reached the top of their lifespan. Now the lifespan has started to fall. In the UK, has stagnated. But they don't try to increase the lifespan anymore. What they try to do is to increase the health of the people within that lifespan. Because 20 years gained, only the 2 years were gained in health. So people live 20 years longer, but 18 of these years, they are in disease. And this is not the greatest news. And the policy is until 2035 to increase another 3 years to 5 years. So you see how difficult it is to reach the aim of a healthier life, longer and healthier. And for that reason, 2 ministries of Europe, like the DG Santé, which is the health, and the DG Connect, which is the technology, they sat together and they said, we need to work together, because they see technology as an obvious way to support people as they age, like with wearables and applications to detect falls. Fall prevention is one of the biggest killers in Europe for all people. At the same time, they thought that DG Santé, health, should be involved. And the reason is because obviously you need healthcare to work, like pharmaceuticals, new protocols, in order to help people become healthier. And in that paradigm, they added few other parameters, like, for example, nutrition, which is considered an environmental factor, in order to support this aging process and make it healthier, because that's the target. Now, for me, it was obvious, and I'm sure you agree with me, since we all come from the broader family of architecture, built environment is important. But built environment normally does not participate in these discussions. And there are 2 reasons for that. One of the reasons is that it is very, very, very difficult to change the built environment. Very difficult. And in these big stakeholder groups, when you have everybody, all the stakeholders of Europe and the commissioners and the president of the EU, there are groups who don't want to change. For example, the flat owners, they never want change. But so it is expensive and it's difficult. It's difficult to change all the old buildings of Europe, and most of the buildings of Europe are old. So this was a presentation to show them, and a presentation that I still consider very important, because not much has changed since. That we need to change the built environment. We need to bring the built environment in the discussion. We cannot have it otherwise. And I brought 3 examples. I'll try to play the first. Okay, it doesn't agree with me, but let me take you to the first. Why this woman is special? This woman managed to, I don't know her personally. I saw her on the news. She is on the BBC News. And since then, because I looked at it recently, I found another woman with the same problem. So she took a bath, she was in the bathtub, and she couldn't get out of the bathtub afterwards. And she managed to stay alive because she had no one else in her home for 4 days. She stayed 4 whole days in the bathtub. Now, that is a big, I mean, she was found by her waitress that she goes to a pub every Wednesday, and she didn't go there, and the waitress tried to find her. And that's how she was rescued. And she kept alive. She was pouring hot water in the bathtub to keep her alive, warm. So, a terrible ordeal. So, why this woman cannot get out? Is it because she didn't have a wearable to detect that she's in the same spot for 4 days? Potentially that would be a solution after many, many hours. She didn't have a robot because the other technology lately is the robot, and we have a lot of discussions how the robots can be co-present at homes to support old people. Potentially, if the robot was set up in order to be able to get to the toilet, sometimes people for privacy, they don't, all people who use robots. The other parameter would be a camera, somebody to show her from a camera and see what's happening. And the last parameter is to design the bathrooms, the intimate spaces, better for all people, because the bathroom design has not changed much. Okay, many people have walkable showers, but all people still want the pleasure of taking a bath. So it's the design of the intimate spaces that is also in question here. So we don't need necessarily more wearables, more technologies, if we cannot get those fundamentals right. And I move to the next examples. So it's Leonard Cohen. I don't know if you know the singer, probably. You might be very young, but he's very famous at people at my age. And my grandmother, both of them, they had the same death. They fall, they woke up at night, tried to go somewhere, and fell, and then went back to bed, slept, and in a couple of days they died. So my grandmother lives in a house, in this house, so that's like a semi-detached. See, you enter from here, that's her bedroom. That's my grandfather's bedroom, and their living room. And so that project is a multi-generational project, and they moved there when they were old, because they were old. But it's multi-generational, it's not for all people, it's for everybody, like families with a lot of kids. So the configuration of her flat is like that. Was, because she's not alive anymore. I mean, she wouldn't have lived until now, most likely. But at that time, so her bed was here. My grandfather's bed was here. But because they both snored, my grandfather was sleeping downstairs in the living room, in the sofa. So they don't wake up each other. So she normally took a pill to sleep, and then she woke up, she went to the toilet. She tried to reach the switch, which is on that side, like above the staircase on the wall. And she was confused from the pill, and she went towards the staircase and she fell. Like trying to stretch to go to the switch. She went a little, she leaned towards the staircase and she fell. She didn't die immediately. So my grandfather was exactly, the sofa is exactly here, downstairs, and so it was 1 meter for him to catch her. So he notified the hospital, the ambulance immediately, and they were ready to collect her. A wearable would not have changed much. And the reason is, like a wearable is a bracelet or a vest that all people might wear to protect them. It wouldn't change much because notifying the ambulance was immediate, and notifying, and also he could describe, while otherwise there will be somebody would have to check the control and then notify. It would be same time, so not much change there. And there was somebody with her, so anything from these technologies would not have changed her situation. The only thing that would have changed her situation is if there was a landing above the staircase like that. But this was not there. And I don't know many architects that would consider this smart, like changing the configuration of the staircase in order to achieve a space here for a switch. So, and this is a publicly funded project also. It means that there was a tender and everything, there were processes. So there is a problem also with our perception of design for private spaces. So we took the intimate before, now we move to private. And I go to my next example, which is a healthcare facility. This is the most famous dementia village, the first dementia village, the dementia village in the Netherlands, which is a very smart place, incredibly smart with technologies, and incredibly well designed from all other aspects. And for example, that's a supermarket for people with dementia, which is extraordinary. I mean, you can go shopping and take whatever you like, put them on your basket, go to your flat. A carer, if they don't make sense, the carer will take them back. And then you go to the toilet. And that struck me because the toilet is a typical, because they try to make everything like the typical Dutch home, and that's the toilet of the typical Dutch home. Apart from the hand sanitizer. But everything else would be here. So they are incredibly small. The Dutch are the tallest people in the world, and they have the shortest toilets, very narrow toilets. Very short also. I don't know how they fit. You see where the door is, the edge of the door. So very tiny space, and all white. And the people with dementia cannot see these differences because also they have other multimorbidities, like cataract. And their eyes, they become yellowish, so they cannot distinguish the hues, like when these people were younger. So a person with dementia would help, you see here, and visual reminders for everything. But in the toilet, because it was considered domestic, it was completely wrong for dementia. The person would be first time completely alone, because you cannot fit another person here to help them, and trapped in a place that they cannot see properly. They don't have a way out, and they cannot know what is that place. And even if they don't recognize and they sit in the toilet, they don't have a grab rail to get up. It's inaccessible and it's wrong for their pathology. And this is in a healthcare place, which puts a question mark on our knowledge of healthcare places. And what about public places? I was on a lecture by one of the most famous architects in the UK, who is also teaching at the Bartlett in the world. Take the first two most famous, and it's one of them. So they designed this car park, and I said, you know what, people who are with visual problems, people with autism and people with dementia, they cannot walk in this car park. And he responded to me and said, you know what, we don't design for all people. We don't design for all people. We design for, like, big companies, their headquarters and airports. And I kept the word airports. And at this time, a lot of European pensioners, they interrupted me, and they asked me about a very famous architect, another like top 5 architect. And I said, what about him? He said, the Liège train station. What about the Liège train station? I know the Liège train station. And she said, look at the train station. So I looked at the train station. I knew that rail station because I was studying there in Belgium in the past. I did some research there when I was very young. But the station was more beautiful, for sure. But the architect who got the project, and it's one of the most famous in the world, he put it in the contract. They cannot have any seating. They cannot have any rails. You see, this person is tired and they sit on the floor. There is no other chair. If you are pregnant, if you are old, if you are tired, there is no other chair. And there is no grab rail or anything. And he put it in the contract because he didn't want the government to ruin his masterpiece. But this project is a municipality project, is a government project, and it was funded by taxpayers' money. So the taxpayer, the representative of the taxpayer, which is the government, put a clause not to be able, even after the completion of the project, to put anything to make people's life easier, not to ruin the masterpiece. But also this guy, who is one of the most famous in the world, demonstrates that we have a problem also on designing public spaces. So we have an issue with how we design intimate, private healthcare and public spaces in an aging society where people have multimorbidities, where we live 18 years older but in bad health. This shouldn't be happening. And as the other famous architect told me when I asked him, I just told you about that they design airports. Airports are full of old people. In your country, you try to support policies of medical tourism, for example. It's important for people to be able to move and live life. And if we rely on technology, we have research, not my research, but other people's research, that say that people cannot navigate with technologies. They still need physical reminders. They need the space to talk to them. And then I keep looking at our students, which are very bright. It's difficult to get to the Bartlett. And they design incredible things. This is from the summer exhibition. And I saw one of their projects, but this is not in their education, in the general architecture stream. It's in another program where a professor put a cameras on the students' different parts of the body, not the eyes, and blocked the eyes and asked them to walk. And the people were bumping all over the place because their eyes were there, for example, that's a camera. But in general, we don't teach young architects on how to design spaces for people who are not well. And when you study architecture and you learn everything about architecture, you are in your 20s, which means you are well, and even your parents are well at that age. The chances are you might have never been to a hospital. And the chances are you don't realize how difficult it is to have multimorbidities and how space needs to be adapted for that. For people who are ill. I'm not talking about hospital space. I'm talking about the entire spectrum of spaces. And I got thinking about my education when I was young, in my 20s. And I was admiring Frank Lloyd Wright, and he wrote this famous book, I'm sure you've heard of it, Letters to a Young Architect. And in that book says, doctors bury their victims underground. The architects bury their buildings behind ivy. And I took this example at that time, like, I need to be a good architect, so my buildings would not be buried behind ivy. I want people to see my buildings. But the message here is also different. Now that I'm more mature, I think, actually, this is not a good quotation. Because what he says is that if you are a doctor, you do mistakes, you can kill somebody. You cannot kill anybody in architecture. What you can, but my grandmother was killed by architecture. What you can do is you have to design beautifully because people will cover your masterpiece otherwise. But so there is no social responsibility in architecture according to this saying, but I don't agree. There is a lot of social responsibility in architecture. And if we think we don't have social responsibility, we miss our opportunity to be responsible. And that's important in life. And then, as I was involved in the medical school, because I have been teaching in medical schools for many years, there is another paradigm, and this guy happens to be Greek, so I'm familiar with his work. And this is Hippocrates, but all doctors know about him, because all doctors, when they finish the medical school, in your country, in my country, in every part of the world, they take the Hippocratic oath. Now, I don't know if you are familiar with the Hippocratic oath, but it's a paradigm of responsibility, because the first phrase is, first do no harm, which means don't touch anything, don't touch a patient if you think you will harm him. Because in medicine, not all of interventions are successful. So make sure that you took a patient and we kept him at least at this condition. You didn't make him worse. If you think you are going to make him worse, don't touch him. So that's the first do no harm. And then try to do good. So that's the second phrase of the oath. So once you establish that you are not damaging anybody, now use your knowledge and your skills to improve this person's situation. So there is a lot of responsibility there. So the architect also tries to do good, but the architect does not have in the mentality that there is a potential of harm in architecture. And this is something I think we all need to change. We need to understand that architecture is a powerful medium and can change people either directions. And things can go very badly, so we need to be aware. For a healthy person, probably they will not. Because if there is a step, let's say, a healthy person can climb it. A person who is sick, not always. Yesterday, the door in my building was stuck. I had to do like this move where you fall in the door with the side to open the door of the entrance. But I know that in another floor lives a person who is on a wheelchair, and there is another person, a very old person who lives in the building 50 years, that has this thing that pushes you to go ahead. These people, if there was a fire, would never be able to get out from the door. Children would never be able to get out. And that was a faulty door, an architectural feature. So this is important, to recognize that we can do things wrong in the built environment and try to fix them for everybody's good. And I mean, this is the reason that I have created the MSc Healthcare Facilities, and it's the only program in the world that teaches healthcare and the built environment. It's a beautiful program because we have doctors and architects and managers and people from the health service and the ministries of health in the work as students, and they learn from each other. And it's incredible to see how different they come at the beginning and then how they develop a vocabulary throughout the year and they build projects together, and that's amazing. How they change by this understanding of each other's language and health, but also the values. And what I want you to keep from this presentation is the values that the old doctors know from Hippocrates. First do no harm and then try to do good. And life will be better for everybody after that if we follow this principle of Hippocrates. It's not mine. So thank you very much. That's my presentation. I stop sharing. I don't know if there's a question or...
Thank you, Dr. Christiku, for such an inspiring thought. The presentation gives us a truth about the importance of specific mindset to design, which is designing and understands by heart. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the discussion session. I would like to impose a paradigm all the speakers has pointed out on particular subject of inclusiveness and also well-beingness. All the speakers pointed out that there is a new paradigm in defining the built environment as part of cradle of inclusiveness. The built environment is also part of the challenge of inclusiveness because it can exacerbate inequality and affect health and well-being. Supposedly, the built environment can potentially have physiological and psychological impact on the user. To create a built environment that is fit for all groups, with a specific focus on groups that are vulnerable to exclusion. The big question are, to what extent has this been achieved, and what can we do to support it? As the beginning, I would like to invite all the speakers to give their reflection on that issue statement and discuss among the speakers a little bit more concerning it. Next, I'm going to ask our first speaker, Mr. Kong, to give the first reflection, followed by Nadira Hariprasad, Ibu Cahyadini, Mr. Shannon, and Ms. Krisiko. I would like to invite Mr. Kong to begin his reflection.
Okay. Could you put the statement up again so I can have a little look at it? But I think that the reflection of the whole session is that how all the speakers are on the same path, of course, and focused on tightly in on different aspects. I think Dr. Angeli, can't say the rest of your name, sorry.
People call me Lia.
And Evangelica.
Yes,
Okay. I think perhaps we even though you didn't mention some architects, I think we perhaps do know them, and so thanks for pointing all the shortcomings of the star architects, because sometimes the stars that get put forward as great designers do miss all these important small aspects of design that makes the world work for all the people who aren't the 6'1" James Bond figure to move around the place and live fulfilling lives. So the work that we have done here emphasises that, and I think that Ben covered a whole lot of items that didn't emphasise, but I think you'll be able to see how in the project that I presented encompasses all the things that Ben had put forward. And Nadia, I think Nadia's still with us? No, can't see her. But that was also emphasising all the detail parts. I can't see all the. Have to make the writing a bit bigger on that screen. I can't see it all.
I'm here.
Okay. Hey. Yeah. Well, they're the initial conversations. I think that we do have all the skills that we need to do these things. It's a matter of getting them forefront of architects' minds, because architects get pushed in a direction that we shouldn't get pushed into, where we emphasise aesthetic and some other arbitrary result in architecture when we preference that above the real needs of everyday people. So I think that if we can, and that's part of what Architects for All, the UIA, try to foster, that architecture is for all, and we can design and beautiful spaces and be inclusive for everyone. Okay. I think I'll rest there. Give everyone enough time to think about their own answers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kong. So, what about your opinion, Ms. Hariprasad?
Well, firstly, I feel really humbled to be part of this panel. I think that the work that has been presented is just amazing. I feel so proud to be an architect, I must say. A lot of what has been exhibited gives a good overview of the number of factors that we need to bear in mind as architects when we are designing. So looking at space creation, looking at the psychology of space, looking at the longevity of space, and making sure that when we design for example, if you're designing a home for a young couple who have just gotten married, you understand that that couple will also go through different phases of life and may perhaps have even relatives and friends who would like to visit. And when you put in steps and barriers in an environment, because you're only designing for one type of end user, you really are restricting what we can do with space. So I think that the presentations that have come up have shown how these thoughts of inclusion can actually be implemented in the built environment. And I absolutely agree that this information needs to get packaged in a way that it can reach the professionals, it can reach the stakeholders, as I've spoken about, the people that make the big decisions in government, sitting at the top, the policymakers, and the students at varsity. So we need to bring all these beautiful thoughts together and be able to package it and present it in a way that we start to cultivate this new understanding and this new design thinking that's not only going to be inclusive, but that's going to be better for everybody. And I really look forward to working further with the other keynote speakers. Yes, that's it for me at this point.
Thank you again. Ibu Cahyadini, what about your opinion about this?
I think in our school in ITS, it's happening quite progressively, how the students, for example, in their final projects are taking more the social issues and try to push their design to be able to be more inclusive. So I think in the last 5 years, there has been a sign of that. And yeah, as an educator, it is our hope that these students will be the next designer, the next policymaker, and then they can realize our goals right now. I also noticed that that we need to have I think, as Mr. Kong Alan has spoken before, is the act of care, because the act of care I've also noticed when I working with women in the research. Those are a very delicate features that we need as an architect or as a designer. Just an act of like put stool on some areas can make a big impact. They can like make the people more socialized. So I think a more greener or a more detailed approach is also important. Yeah, but I'm optimistic that in the near future we can have a better environment, especially by giving informations like these right now. I think that's from me, Bu Novi.
Yes, thank you, Bu Sarah. So, Bu Sarah, could you give us a short, brief statement again, because Mr. Shannon could not hear your just your last voice about the statement. Just a brief one. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the last thing I mentioned is about picking up the details. So how a small gesture like providing a stool can make a big impact on people with specific needs, or even to socialize, like Ben have mentioned in his presentation.
Yes, thank you, Busara. So, Ben, seems that buildings and architects have the power to make people's life better or worse, like Busara has just noted. What is your opinion about that, connected with the brief of discussion before?
Thanks. Yes. I lost sound for a little bit there, so I hope I don't repeat what Sarah said, but I'd like to echo what the other speakers have said. It's been a real honour to be on this panel and alongside so many other great speakers. Just in terms of these two questions, I suppose, to what extent have we achieved, I suppose, a more inclusive environment, and what can we do to support it? I think the first question, it's difficult for me to answer through my lens, in the sense that I'm obviously based here in the UK. I love to travel, but I can only really answer it properly, I think, in terms of how we've achieved it here in the UK and probably Western Europe, which I know best. I think the answer to that question is that we are getting better. We are on the right path, and that's definitely, I think, we are every year now we're seeing more legislation come out around designing inclusive places, and it's moving away from simply, a few years ago, inclusive design just meant, can someone in a wheelchair use that space? And I think we're now becoming more sophisticated in that respect. I think buildings and cities are getting better at thinking about everything from people of different ages and genders and backgrounds, right through to physical needs and psychological needs and neurodiversities and things like that. So it is definitely improving, but I still think pretty much everywhere in the world that I have visited has got some way to go. There is still room for improvement. And as I said, that's not meant to be a criticism of anywhere, because here in the UK we've still got a lot of room for improvement too. But I think in terms of what we can do to support it, I think it goes back to my point I was making earlier about having the science and the evidence and the data behind us. And a huge part of what we try and do here is communicate to our clients, particularly to developers, the added value that this can bring. And if you design places that are inclusive for everybody, they often get a bit, you can start to see they get a bit nervous, because they start to think, this is going to cost me more money to do, say, a building that's focused on health and well-being, or a building that's designed for, say they want to put in braille signage everywhere for people with impaired vision. Things like this, they start to worry about the fact that it's going to cost more money. But we really need to go to them armed with the facts and the data and it does support this. If we design healthier places, if we design more inclusive places that are better for everyone, there's a really good value add there, and it does pay for itself. That's the important message here, is that yes, of course, it's the right thing to do, it's the ethical thing to do, and I strongly believe we have a fundamental responsibility, going back to that Hippocratic oath. We have a responsibility to design buildings that look after everybody, but at the same time, if you can convince your clients that it's also in their best interest to do that, whether that means in an office because they get the best talents through the door, regardless of their backgrounds and needs, or in a housing scheme because it means that you have a much larger captive audience because people from all backgrounds and with all needs could potentially live in your housing development, then all of a sudden they're going to want to do this, and I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, so I believe that legislation is a part of the power that connected with value that affected design in every aspect. So, what do you think about that, Ms. Krisiku?
Yes, legislation definitely is an important, but there are also other things that we need to consider. Architecture on its own is a powerful medium, but it cannot be on its own. We need to work with other disciplines together, and we need to work with policy. I mean, our hospitals are not accessible for all people. The art in hospitals is only visual, for example. We recognize the importance. We don't see that it should be also for other people. But then infection control comes and they say, no, because if you put tactile art, then there is infection control issues. So we need to work across disciplines, because architecture, it's powerful on its own only a little bit, but collaboratively it can create synergies. And when I was working with the old people of Europe, like Age Europe, and asked them what was really important for them for the built environment. And aging comes with a lot of multimorbidities, that it's not necessarily that you need to be like in a flat space without steps. Sometimes steps are beneficial for all people. So for example, if you do a hip operation, next day you need to climb steps, otherwise it will never heal properly. So in that sense, you need to have this balance in the environment that keeps people, is accessible, but at the same time keeps people healthy by giving them challenges. So you have to have everything and options for both. What they wanted most, their highest need, and this is most urban planning than architecture, it was free, and free is important, clean public toilets. And because an old person, and we know that falls is the biggest killer in Europe, and falls come from frailty because people don't exercise their muscles. So if you are a person who needs to go into toilet every so often, and for all, if you go out your place, there is no toilet, you will walk as much as you feel it's comfortable for you to leave home and come back on time. And this is maximum 30 minutes. So it's a very, very short walk. So you need to give people the opportunity to go places by changes like that. But for a free, clean toilet, it is architecture, it is urban planning, but there is also, as you said, legislation, how the cafes will be open, will keep the toilets open for everybody. So I'm not a customer, but I need to go to the toilet. I need to be able to access your clean toilet for free. Your toilet has to be clean. You go to many places as a customer, the toilet is not clean. So what even more, I mean, for people who need it, they have the least chance to be able to afford it. So it has to be free, clean. So in that sense, we need the architecture to work together with everybody in society, because architecture alone can achieve only so much. But together, if you think the healthy free toilet, what agents you need to keep a healthy free toilet, a clean free toilet, then you have a person that works longer, and the work is beneficial for their mental health, and is beneficial, like we know the social isolation correlation with loneliness and mental health, psychiatric conditions. I mean mental health, it's not only like good mental health, psychiatric and loneliness, they are correlated. So it's important for mental health to go places, see people, be interactive, but see the nature, this is also important. So this enables those, and the walk in the meantime, and the socialization. And so it's invaluable. So you see how a simple thing like a free toilet means to people. It's their socialization, it's their walk, their win against frailty. It's so many things. So we need to think how we work in synergies.
Thank you, Angelia. So, likewise, Ms. Krisiku underlined the call of paradigm shift, and I think that's the best sentence is, you know, how to include vulnerable people and people across the lifespan in accordance with perception and physiology, like Ms. Krisiku have just noted. So I want to ask for a permission for all the speakers. Is it possible for us to have questions from participants? They are all already raised their hands. So if it's possible to have questions directly. Sure. Okay. So I would like to ask the committee to give the opportunity to participants who has already raised his or her hands to ask directly to all the distinguished speakers today. I would like to say that it's a very rare opportunities to, you know, to ask from all the speakers here. Is there any participant yet? Okay. Now I would like to read some questions that in the chat box to all the speakers. I would like to ask the committee to share the screen. This is a question from Nuha to Ms. Hari Prasad. The question is, to what extent is the architect responsible for inclusive design? There are several examples when the building is used not according to the design because of the assumption that the space is empty, waste, or unused. Over to you, Ms. Hari Prasad.
Okay, so when you are dealing with a client in many cases, and I think some of the presentations did talk about, Ben actually just mentioned the role that we play when we are communicating with our client and expressing to our client the importance for inclusive design and good design principles generally. Often I would encounter clients who would have that exact mindset, which is that nobody is going to use the facility, nobody with a disability is going to use the facility. We're going to put in an accessible toilet, and we've never had a person in a wheelchair come through to our buildings ever since we were in operation, and the list goes on, especially when it comes to the understanding of the budget or their concept of the budget. And often clients have the understanding that it's going to cost a lot more. So we need to be armed, as Ben said, with good information to advise our clients on why their designs or their buildings need to be inclusive. And the reasons are not just to accommodate persons with disabilities. It is to also ensure the good health and well-being of all of the inhabitants of a building. And that's what inclusive design and universal design principles aims to achieve. So I have seen cases where there, as I mentioned in my presentation, there would be an accessible toilet on the first floor and there would be no access for a person in a wheelchair to get to the first floor. And so this toilet in this particular building that I'm talking about was locked. So I asked for the maintenance person to open the toilet, only to discover that it had been used as a storage space. I'm going to turn off my video because I have poor signal. Hi, sorry, I hope I got you back.
Nadira.
Okay. Are we back?
Okay. Do you still have some suggestion or comments or answers for that question, or we just move to other question?
I think in essence, what I'm trying to say is that as architects, I believe that it is our role to ensure that the buildings that we design can be used by all users and that they are safe, accessible to anybody. So if an office is being built and the client believes that there will not be a need for a person with a disability to access it, bear in mind that we are trying to include persons with disabilities within the workforce. If your building is accessible, you are likely to succeed to achieve this goal. You will be able to bring people into your building and allow them to function to the best of their ability. So even if it hasn't happened in the past, and in the past, your building hasn't accommodated, this is the time for us to express that fair and equal access to everybody is our mandate as architects. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadira. That's a very strong statement. Yes, Mr. Kong, please.
Could I add to that?
Of course, yes.
I was reading the question slightly differently. I was thinking that the question was saying, we've built the building, and we've provided access and all the toilets and everything, the lifts to the building, but the building has not been fitted out yet. It could be, it's an empty space, could be used for all sorts of things. I think the question was asking, as architects, can we do anything about that? It's a tough question because it's sort of already left our domain almost. In one sense, you know, as architects who are skilled in universal design, inclusive design, and we've been chosen by a client to do some work for them, it's probably a little bit self-fulfilling in that the client is already looking at those sort of things. So the likelihood is that the any subsequent work that the client will do is going to be fit for the greater population. The difficulty comes when the building is being built just to code, just to get across the line, and the client is not interested in doing other things. We have a fit out, say if it's an office, and there's no building code that says, you know, you should do X, Y, and Z. They're the clients that are the very difficult ones, and I think it's only by getting the better projects up and running, and so people can see the better projects and the overall movement towards the inclusive environments, that the lesser buildings will gradually drop away. So I think it's a movement over time to improve those outliers that don't want to do the best thing either for themselves or their own community, because we do see a lot of clients who will still just be at the bottom line of whatever they can make out of the building. So I agree with Nadira that we do need to promote all those things, but I think it's a difficult, that last bit of the building developer population who do not want to do those things, even if it doesn't cost them anymore or doesn't lose them any profit, still won't get engaged. So hopefully in a few years' time they'll be they'll see the error of their ways in one way or another. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So again, that's a very strong statement. So Mr. Shannon or Ms. Krisiku or Ibu
Yeah, I can jump
could
in.
you give him comments? Okay, please.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think firstly completely echo with what the last two speakers have said and agree that we should be championing this, and as architects we should be doing everything that we can do to try and embed it into our designs. But I do think as well there is a wider education piece as well. That as Alan was saying, it's sometimes we can only do so much, and then a building might get taken over by somebody else, or decisions may get taken out of our control. And we, unfortunately, as much as we as architects would like to have control over every part of the building, that's just an inevitability that doesn't always happen. So I think a really important aspect of this as well is just about greater education to society as a whole, but also particularly to the people who are shaping buildings, and that's obviously other consultants and other designers too, but particularly clients as well. And a big part of this responsibility, I think, does have to lie with the kind of architecture journalism as well. So we saw a great example there of Liège train station earlier, which I think we'll all probably agree is a beautiful building. But the question is, should we really be giving awards to buildings and projects that actually aren't, that they may be stunning, they may be fantastic achievements of engineering or architecture, but if they're not actually inclusive, if they're not designed with everyone's needs in mind, and they're not going to support good mental or physical health for people, should we really be giving those a lot of press and publicity? Should we be giving them awards? And I think actually maybe that would be quite a strong statement in the same way that a lot of places are now starting to take into consideration sustainability and carbon footprint of projects, and they, a lot of architecture awards would actually be very hesitant to give an award now to a project that was not environmentally friendly. Perhaps we need to be starting to think in the same way about inclusivity and inclusive design. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. So, how about Ms. Krisiku?
Yeah, so I believe Ben made some great comments, and because one is that, I mean, architecture is not only a job that you do as an architect. An architect might be in many positions, might be working in the National Health Service, for example. It might be, an architect might be in the municipality approving. It might be, let's say, a lot of buildings, they might have this accessible, for example, toilets for compliance. But then somebody is supposed to go and check. And probably that person working, for example, let's say if it is a hotel, checking the compliance, would also be an architect, or should be an architect. Because if you look at compliance in the hotel, for example, you might look for F&B, like the food and beverage, you might look for several other things, hygiene, but there are also environment. So architects should be placed in a lot of positions, not only in producing architecture, but controlling architecture, as I said, in the municipalities, in bodies that give licenses. Licensing is a very important thing, and sometimes the easiest way to remove the license of a building, it's because the architecture doesn't comply. So I know that very well, because in healthcare facilities, especially psychiatric, a lot of things happen. If you have a patient that is suddenly, that, for example, horrible things happen in such places, and the first way to close a facility is to take back the architectural license, because that's the fastest. Otherwise, it might take processes, and this. So there are people who look at compliance, so they need to be educated as well. But Ben brought a great example, sustainability. Why sustainability is so successful? Because it started as multidisciplinary. So there is no architect working on sustainability that can do the job on his own. They have to collaborate with engineers. There are a lot of maths involved. They have to collaborate with people who produce the softwares they are using. They have to collaborate, across disciplines. Sustainability was the first area of architecture that produced cross-disciplinary PhDs with the departments of engineering. And not only engineering, civil engineering that architecture used to work with, but other departments of engineering and also physics. So in that sense, that collaborative work made them more integrated and easier to implement their strategies and policies. And architecture tends to work isolated. So it's the architect and the client, or maybe the architect and the project manager and everybody else. So architecture needs to become more collaborative. We see how we change things when we collaborate with doctors, when we collaborate with nurses, when we collaborate with patients in medical architecture. So we are also very collaborative, and we do achieve a lot of change through this collaboration. So architects need to think out of their box, out of their discipline. Architects are very collaborative within architecture, but there are big barriers outside architecture. So this collaboration, and I think accessibility is a field that, and the architects working in that field are very collaborative. This paradigm needs to change by involving also other people outside and working more with people outside, because then you have a seamless process. In a systemic thinking, the only way to achieve an outcome that is sustainable, in the sense you build something, you design something and it's used, it's through these collaborations.
Okay, thank you. So, Ibu Cahyadini, would you give our last statement on that point?
Okay, yeah, I think I will pick up on the ethnicity variables, the cultural issues. Yeah, I think it's also important to have to apply the general rules to each of a group's culture, values, because as you can see, I have seen buildings here that convert a disabled toilet into ablution space because they need them more. So I think it's the cultural sensitivity is also important in applying this inclusive. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Sarah. So there is a question. Yes, Ibu Nadira? You are raising hand right now?
Yes, I just want to make two last points coming back to that.
Please.
Yes. So looking at it from Mr. Kong's perspective, there definitely is that gap that we can experience if we have a building that is well accessible and they're not being used. So I've conducted some studies during my master's research where I looked at 4 schools that had been converted to accommodate wheelchair users. So these schools had ramps fitted throughout the facility, handrails fitted throughout the facility. They were not all compliant, they were not all safe, but they were fitted in. And in my interviews with the principals of the school, I discovered that not one of the 4 schools had a single child in a wheelchair attending the school. So this was, for me, I couldn't understand it because so much money had gone into this retrofit and why were there no students coming in with wheelchairs? So I asked what the problems were and whether they had considered an awareness campaign to bring students in. And herein lies the collaboration point. So I was told that students could not get to the school from their homes. And so what the principal was now looking at was raising funds to purchase vehicles to transport children from the different areas around the school and bring them to school so that they could access. So that was plan 1. And plan 2 was to build a hostel on site so that children with disabilities would be able to stay on site and easily get to school. But now when we start, so that's one point. And yes, we can build inclusive spaces, but there needs to be collaboration and there needs to be someone taking that forward to make sure that these spaces become usable. Then when we're moving just to the collaboration point very, very quickly, I am a firm believer of collaboration. This is a massive elephant and it absolutely cannot be sorted out by one profession. And with my master's studies, I had 2 supervisors. One was an architectural supervisor and the second was a occupational therapist supervisor. And the insight that I received from an occupational therapy perspective was amazing because I could now understand how these different door handles and finishes that we specify in our buildings, how they are actually used and how OTs then have to find ways to adapt in order for people to be able to use these elements properly. So much of the work that I do tries to bring in other professionals from the medical background, from the engineering background as the civil engineers, from the fire safety background, occupational health and safety. So I think that this is a very big conversation within our space as architects, of course, and then definitely we need to introduce other professionals to bring their perspectives into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadira. I have seen that there is a statement from Fionuela. I believe that she is from UIA, Architecture for All, Region 1. Maybe if the committee could pin Ms. Fionuela so she could share her thought about European perspectives on it. Ms. Fionuela. If you want to share your thought, please, you can use this platform to share about the European perspectives on it. Okay, maybe I could read it. It's a very strong statement as well. It is wonderful to see that this pattern is being held high by architects in Indonesia, and that we are all part of a global movement towards equality. The difficulty is in maintaining the impetus. Movement come and go almost like fashion. Currently, parts of Europe, there can be an attitude that access is no longer an issue, and we must now focus on climate. Of course, we know that is not the case. Agree fully that awards should not be given to exclusive developments. And I think the last statement, Ms. Fionuela, is also give a very high appreciation to all the speakers today. So I think that now we are moving to the conclusion part. that finally, I would like to share a few insights we had in the discussion. First, some key issues for inclusive architecture as remarkable beginning, giving us a parallel understanding on how to delve the issues through inclusive design approach. The important thoughts shared by Ms. Hari Prasad on how universal design thinking can transform the built environment is the point she underlined on great architect leave no one behind. It suggests how important this awareness to begin a new paradigm on the role of architect in the built environment it designs. The special case of Surabaya in defining spatial authorship of women in low-income household was the important call as a notice that women as vulnerable part of communities could be understanding through the lens of issues they are faced. It seemed that designing buildings and cities for better mental health, like Mr. Shannon pointed out in the presentation, is prerequisite. Buildings and architects have the power to make people's life better or worse. It is vital that we think about the mental health of end users and the impact that our design decisions will make on how people feel in our buildings. Data and an understanding of the psychology of design can help us fight our case for better design. It challenges value engineering and champions places that are better for people. Likewise, Ms. Krisiku underlined the call of paradigm shift in architecture to include vulnerable people and people across the lifespan through designing in accordance with perception and physiology. To end our session, allow me, on behalf of the committee, to convey our utmost gratitude for such informative, intriguing, and also interesting presentation and discussion to all speakers today. I would like to convey our token of appreciation through certificates to our distinguished speaker. To our distinguished speaker who began our symposium today with his talk, Mr. Alan Kong, some key issues for inclusive architecture. Thank you. Next, to our renowned speaker who challenged us with her thought, Nadira Hariprasad, on how universal design thinking can transform the built environment. Thank you. Moving along to our respected speaker, Dr. Sarah Chayadini, who heightened our understanding on spatial authorship of women in low-income households, Surabaya. Utmost thank you, Bu Sarah. Next, to our respected speaker, Mr. Ben Shannon, who gave us a lot of insight on designing buildings for better mental health. Thank you. And next, our distinguished speaker, Dr. Evangelia Krisiku, who shared a valuable thought on designing in accordance with perception and physiology, a call for paradigm shift in architecture to include vulnerable people and people across the lifespan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we finally come to the moment to end this very session. And for the information, there is a lot of questions that is has not been able to be shared to all the speakers today. So Arina will share the questions to all the speakers today through emails or the chat. So, well, again, we finally come to the moment, to the end. Over to you, Talita and Sharifah, as our MC of today's program. Thank you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Novi, and to our keynote speakers for their insightful presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, to finalize our symposium today, we will have a closing speech and a special announcement from the head of the Architecture Department of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, Dr. Dewi Septanti. To Dr. Dewi Septanti, over to you.
Unmute. Okay, thank you. This is still unmute. So I would like to say thank you for all, yeah. This is very nice discussion this afternoon. Still morning and the afternoon, we have very nice, very good discussions. Okay, but the times, because of time, we have to close this symposium. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants, I am pleased to speak to you at the closing of the International Symposium of Architectures, Research and Design, AR+DC, in 2022. I believe that a productive progress has been made and all of us have obtained fruitful discussions. The symposium is an excellent example of successful cooperations. I'm grateful to all of you for being a part of this effort. Thank you for all of the speakers, moderators, participants, and also the committee that progressing this important event to successful conclusions. Thank you for taking part of contributing to this success. Next year, the theme of AR+DC in 2023 is Architecture and Urban Resilience, Sustainability through Adaptations. I now declare the symposium is closed. Thank you. It's over to you, MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for all the participants.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dewi Septanti. To the next agenda, the photo session. To all the participants, panelists, and keynote speakers, please turn on your camera. So now it's the photo session. Might I ask all the participants, panelists, and the keynote speakers to turn on their camera? All right, we will start now. In 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a productive and inspiring time together. We now come to the end of the International Symposium of Architectural Research and Design 2022. We would like to give our utmost appreciation to our keynote speakers and panelists for the insightful presentations and discussions in the symposium. I would also like to thank our program steering committee for arranging an excellent lineup of speakers and the speakers and moderators for their contribution. Let us also thank all of the participants. As always, we appreciate your support and contribution. Lastly, let me convey my utmost gratitude to all organizers who have been working hard for the past months to make this event possible. On behalf of the host and committee, we would like to profess our apologies for the technical issues that arose during the symposium. We would also like to extend our deepest appreciation to all of you for your support and participation in this year's event. Thank you and see you next year.
Do you ever wonder what makes a life-changing history? Right, a solid mission of the visionaries. It was Dr. Anka and his colleagues' mission to accelerate technology development. Through the establishment of Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, their goodwill has encouraged ITS students to take important roles in both local and global communities, ministers, CEOs, professors, entrepreneurs, and yes, another history maker. These successful alumni were trained in a healthy learning environment that was equipped with various supporting facilities. From vocation to marine technology, all faculties and departments of ITS were formed to be the best place to learn science, technology, and design. 7 faculties and 1 interdisciplinary school. Scientix, Faculty of Science and Data Analytics. MarTech, Faculty of Marine Technology. INSYS, Faculty of Industrial Technology and Systems Engineering. Electix, Faculty of Intelligent Electrical and Informatics Technology. CivPlan, Faculty of Civil, Planning, and Geoengineering. CreaBiz, Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Vocation, Faculty of Vocational. And Interdisciplinary School of Management and Technology. Recognized as one of the top best-ranked institutes doesn't mean the finish line for ITS. To gain greater international recognition, ITS launched International Undergraduate Program. Students can get wider international exposure through 20 study programs they can apply. The chances are also open for professors from all over the world to teach and conduct research at ITS. These opportunities have made international joint research and other international activities successfully performed. Like IUP, students and lecturers from other programs have also contributed to the ITS achievements. Appreciations earned exemplify Institute's excellent performance. But technology and academic excellence is not the only goal of the Institute. Students are guided to apply their knowledge for the welfare of society. Because to note a new life-changing history, technology must advance humanity. ITS, Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember.